I've been involved in public-private partnerships for getting on for 30 years now. Originally, I trained as a civil engineer, and then in the UK in the 90s, I migrated through project management and into financial and commercial advisory services under what was then known as the Private Finance Initiative. Now I know that type of public-private partnership arrangement is no longer in existence in the UK, and in fact, PPPs don't really figure at the moment in the UK. But I moved to Australia in the late 90s, where I worked initially at setting up policies and guidelines in the implementation of public-private partnerships in Partnerships Victoria, in the state where I live, which is Victoria, that was the lockdown state, and we're now emerging from what was probably the longest and severest lockdown of I think any nation in the world so far. I just hope that no one else, none of you, have to experience that kind of restrictions on movement. And so I've then worked on numerous projects in Australia, also a few in the Southeast Asia region. A lot of those projects have been so-called availability-based PPPs, which are not necessarily the model which I know many of you will be interested in from your own country's perspective, particularly from a development perspective. That particular model, that particular risk allocation, where the government acts as the off-taker or the payer for the services on behalf of the citizen, is perhaps fiscally not, not really where your countries are looking to use the model, and therefore it's more in the user pays, transport, power and utilities sectors that you look to use PPPs. Nevertheless, what I'm talking about today is really about risk, and not so much about the different models, although of course there is a different risk allocation in between those two different models. So what I'm going to briefly do is to look at the impact on COVID on PPP and risk pricing. Now, some of you may have dialed into the webinar that AOP and the team did earlier in the year, where I in fact was on a panel where I talked about the impact of COVID back then. It was around about, I think it was around about April time, maybe May. Early days of COVID, and I presented to some materials on the impact on risk pricing, and I thought it'd be useful to revisit that, see where we are now, because I think it's at least another 5 months of living with the impacts of the health crisis around the world. Then I thought I'd explore risk in the PPP market. In particular, I'll be drawing on a survey that I did over the last year of risk practitioners in Australia, where there has been a lot of debate about risk allocation through PPP contracts, and whether or not the risk allocation, and particularly the risk transfer, is appropriate. And I'll touch on that and the findings of that survey. And then I'll also have a case study where I look at a project which I worked on a couple of years ago, which really moves the dial on dealing with risk over the life of a PPP project, and in particular in terms of asset renewal and asset replenishment over the life of a roads maintenance PPP here in my home state of Victoria, Australia. So I hope that keeps you all interested for the next hour or so, and we'll also be welcoming any questions you might have. Ordinarily, if I were in the room with all of you, I would prefer to be making this highly interactive and discussive and a dialogue. Clearly that's not as easy to do using this medium, but nevertheless, please post on the Q&A or the chat line, I think it is, any questions you have that as you think of them. AOP is going to be monitoring that and collecting those, and if we have time at the end as well, there'll be a Q&A session, and perhaps a bit more of a discussion might take place at that point between myself and AOP. So if you just bear with me for a second, I just want to share my screen and bring up some slide material. That should be coming up now. I am screen sharing, it says, so you should be able to see that. So the topic that I was given this year was double-edged sword, risk management for PPP projects. And I have to say, the term double-edged sword, of course, is one which I've used myself many times, which of course means that it can cut both ways. And there's no doubt that in my lifetime working a career spent, most of my career spent in PPP delivery, business case through to financial close, and the whole transactional piece is really all about risk. It's really all about risk, identifying risks, analyzing risks, and trying to do that in the most efficient and optimal way. And one of the problems, of course, with PPPs is, and this is often missed by governments embarking on a PPP program. They often miss the fact that risk allocation in PPPs is actually about allocating risks to the parties best able to manage them, and consequently, it's not about maximum risk transfer. It's actually about putting risks to the private sector, which they can efficiently analyze, efficiently manage, and efficiently mitigate. And where a lot of PPP programs, in my view, come unstuck, and certainly I've seen that in my own country, is where the model starts to be used for very high risk projects, where governments are, in fact, don't want to manage the risk. The risk is, I would argue, is no longer risk, it's really uncertainty. And what I mean by uncertainty is that either nobody can realistically estimate the chance of the risk or the probability of the risk happening, or cannot realistically put a boundary on the cost in terms of cost, time, delay, and quality impact of the risk taking place. And often governments think that the best thing to do with that is, if we can't understand it and we can't price it, well, we'll give it to someone else to do that. And unfortunately, that often results in a bad outcome, and often it results in disputes. And indeed, that's what we're seeing in certain projects in Australia at the moment, mainly involving complex linear projects, transport projects that require tunneling and ground conditions over extended linear lengths of kilometers and so on. So anyway, I said I'd start, well, I've rather got into the risk side, so let's start back where I said I'd start, and that is with the situation with COVID. Now, this is an update on some slides that I presented, as I said, earlier in the year, which is showing the historic project finance margin recovery post what was our last financial crisis, which was the GFC. We're in a health crisis now, which is potentially resulting in, well, it has resulted in an economic crisis, but it's not, and I stress, it's not resulting in a financial crisis, not yet. And when you look at the project finance margins, as shown on these graphs, you see that they are relatively stable at the moment. And much like the GFC in 2008, there has been some funding issues that ultimately lead to an increase in the cost of project financing, but nowhere near as dramatic as we saw. So there's no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the world on a previously unimaginable scale. I mean, the very fact that I have spent the last 7-8 months working out of the room that you see me in now, and I haven't been near an office in that time, is testament to, in my lifetime, I've never experienced anything like that. And yet I've been able to continue working. And by all accounts, if you look at the numbers, you look at the progress that's been made on projects, you see the same thing around the world. So the full extent of the social and economic impacts might still be unknown and might still be significant, but there's no question that the commerce has continued and infrastructure projects have continued to be progressed. And in fact, infrastructure investment is, of course, being viewed as an important stimulus tool by government to boost economic activity in light of the inevitable economic slowdown brought on by the pandemic, and thereby enhance future productivity. And in fact, many of the speakers this week have spoken of this and have spoken about, in particular, how there is a moral hazard in pursuing a fiscal stimulus policy and not putting enough effort into the rigor of investment appraisal, and that there could be an increased risk of projects failing to perform or failing as a consequence. I think the numbers that were quoted earlier this week were 30% of projects fail to achieve the outcomes that they set out to achieve, and that could increase to 50%. And the discussion was largely based around the robustness and the rigor of implementing a gateway process of investment appraisal in order to mitigate that risk, which I wholeheartedly concur with. But the financial costs to governments of the COVID-19 pandemic are likely to be at record levels, there's no question. And when this is considered in light of committed infrastructure investment, the public-private partnership model, I think, will be an option to manage financial risk around the world. And even as a support to stimulus, the PPP model has the added advantages of mobilizing private sector finance and freeing up public sector resources for other stimulus. And this is, again, a point that's been made already this week, that whilst there might be a lot of fiscal stimulus around, direct financing by governments, there's still a space, and particularly in the instance of user charge PPPs, where this can avoid the impost and the pressure on governments, and governments can use their fiscal stimulus in other areas to achieve economic outcomes. So while the economic and financial implications of COVID-19 are conducive for PPPs, the question is whether industry and project finance market conditions are similarly so. And the consequential impact on the economy of the health crisis is likely to be very large, given the impact of extended shutdowns and also the drain on business confidence. And yet, this graph here shows that the margins currently are remaining remarkably stable at the moment. Notwithstanding that there has been some increase, they're still remarkably stable. So, however, the impacts on the financial markets, therefore, my conclusion is that they're quite different as between the GFC and the global financial crisis and the current pandemic. So here we see the historic spreads, credit spreads, and you can see the volatility that took place around about February of this year, the sharp increase in spreads, which really matched what we saw back in '08 at the start of this graph. But remarkably, what you see is a very quick return, and on the right, you see that very quick return. So this is illustrative, I think, of how an initial spike of uncertainty, but essentially financial markets remain in a pretty strong position and therefore fairly stable in terms of risk pricing, albeit that they will have increased a little in that time. And again, here we see the debt margins, the same sort of impact happening, where debt margins jumped but then returned. But you will notice here that we are seeing a slight increase in the spread for equity risk premiums. The market return, as you can see, is tracking up a little from what was a rather stable sort of 7 to 8%. And I think that that's indicative of some risk repricing, some nervousness coming in, but it's nothing like we saw back in the days of the GFC. And remarkably, despite countries being either in lockdown or restricted or mobility restrictions being imposed, we have seen, I've been able to count 120 PPP projects that have reached financial close during this period, whereas during the GFC, nothing reached financial close. So we've been able to count through deal logic or information, 20 deals in North America, 49 deals in Europe, 15 in Asia, and 36 in the rest of the world. And as I said at the beginning, that's a real testament to the fact that the pandemic may have had an impact on our lives in terms of mobility and restrictions it imposes, but it really hasn't had a significant impact on commerce. And indeed, we've been able to, and I myself have been able to maintain my workload from my living room as and probably arguably more productively and more efficiently than had I been in a tower block in the middle of Melbourne CBD where I live. So there appears to be strong demand for projects from sponsors, lenders, and investors, which was simply not the case during the global financial crisis and after the global financial crisis, as economies around the world repaired. We're simply not seeing that here. And the early signs, I think, are very positive, with well, as I said, 120 projects globally reaching financial close, and a large amount of those were in the first 6 months of the pandemic, some 50 projects during the first 6 months. So we've seen deal flow maintained through this period. And I think as a result, there is a strong case for governments to continue to utilize PPPs during and post the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's no doubt in my mind that value for money remains the overriding objective for designing the right procurement strategy for each and every project that reflects the characteristics of the project and the market which we're in. So there's plenty of liquidity. There's not as much disruption to the PPP and project finance markets. Stimulus is ramping up. That should bolster the market. We just got to be very careful to be wary of moral hazard in relation to projects getting financed, funded and financed that haven't had adequate investment appraisal and risk appraisal. And therefore we need to be cautious where the investments are targeted. What we are seeing, and I'll talk more about this, is contractors are becoming quite risk averse. during this period, which is sort of almost going against what I've been saying about how investors have viewed this period. And I think that contractors are risk averse around PPPs, but that was a characteristic which was in place before the pandemic. And I'll talk more about contractor risk aversion and what that means for PPPs as we go through my presentation. We do need to, there is a move towards short-termism, and that's been talked about this week, and we need to be wary of that and address the holistic implications of the fiscal stimulus. And we need to actively design measures that account for the long-term implications of COVID-19 on PPP programs. And again, I'm pleased to say that during this week, and particularly yesterday's session, there was a lot of discussion around addressing the long-term implications of what might be a systematic change in the way in which cities in particular function as a result of changes in patterns of working, changes in patterns of mobility, and that the impact that has on particularly on usage of infrastructure and particularly on peak usage, which was the subject of a very excellent discussion in yesterday's panel. So we need to take a closer look at current public project pipelines, and there needs to be a closer look at enabling policy, legal and institutional environments. And again, that was discussed in my panel, where former World Bank employees, talking about both the investor side and also the government side, what needs to happen around bolstering policy, legal and institutional environments to attract investment. And where PPP frameworks are revisited in this way and are redesigned to accommodate the new risk environment, that will send a very important signaling to the private sector. And ultimately, PPPs will only be successful if they can demonstrate their viability, their bankability, their commercial soundness, robustness to investors. And that's all about how governments address risk. So, some fundamental factors which I think have been much spoken about this week. The fundamental factors that are needed to deliver a successful PPP framework: the political domain, political champions, stakeholder support, stable and supportive regulatory environment. That's all about minimizing political risk, sovereign risk, and creating an environment in which investors are comfortable that if they make an investment in something on the basis of how it's presented, then they are confident that barring risks associated with that asset, they will both make a return and importantly get their money back. Legal environment, very clear and concise legislation and regulations. There needs to be a balance of interest between PPP practice and also the local priorities. Every legal framework in every country is slightly different. Nevertheless, investors are global practitioners, global players, and so they look to see the best of PPP practice designed into the local prioritization and frameworks. That supports a transparent, competitive bid process with a good mechanism for ongoing review and monitoring of projects. And the economics, there needs to be sound economic fundamentals. In my country, we have a saying, it goes back to a book, a children's book, about a magic pudding. And the magic pudding was a pudding that could be eaten and would grow back. and it was magic because you could eat as much of it as you wanted, and it never disappeared. And for a long time, PPPs were seen as magic puddings, but PPPs cannot, unfortunately, create economic miracles. And so the fundamentals of the economics needs to be in place for a PPP to be successful. And the structure of partnership that optimizes the cost, time, and quality, and produces an investor return is the double-edged sword of risk allocation. To structure it in such a way that it does optimize cost and quality and investor return at the same time. And of course, for there to be a strong pipeline of projects to encourage the market to both invest, but also to improve and gain performance improvement over time. So there's no magic, I'm afraid, no magic at all to successfully delivering PPPs in terms of risk allocation. The framework on the screen at the moment is the tried and trusted framework that I have used all of my life, a career in infrastructure, establishing the environment in which the project's going into, identifying those risks systematically, analysing those risks, evaluating them, and treating those risks. And the virtuous framework of monitoring and reviewing and communicating and consulting with stakeholders. And there's no easy and quick way round this approach to risk analysis in public-private partnerships. And in fact, the situation's got a good deal worse over the years, because infrastructure projects have become significantly larger in recent times, and particularly in the transport sector. When I first came to Australia and I got into infrastructure projects and PPPs, $100 million capital was the first project I worked on, actually, a hospital project, $120 million. Then you saw projects of 500 million, and these were water treatment plants and projects of that nature. And suddenly projects were $1 billion. And $1 billion, I remember the first hospital project I worked on that was $1 billion, and started saying, well, you can't get a hospital in Australia for under $1 billion. And then along came some road projects at $5 billion. And now we're in a situation where we've got metro tunnel projects with capital costs that exceed $10 billion. And these types of projects in Australia, at least, and I think around the world as well, have become more and more common. And the scale of these mega projects that are now being delivered as PPPs, that's what's really highlighting new challenges that weren't evident in previous projects. And those challenges include that mega transport projects, mega transport projects are exposed to significantly greater risk profiles, and in particular, and I've already mentioned this, in particular ground risk, planning and interfaces with other projects being delivered at the same time and within a network. Flexibility for government to make cost-efficient changes both during construction and also into the future of operations is becoming increasingly becoming a requirement on these mega projects. The ability to change and adapt to different circumstances, and none more so are we seeing now than in the midst of a pandemic. And highly complex contractual arrangements that are being designed and challenging the delivery. I would challenge anybody to have read, let alone know and fully understand, the full suite of PPP contractual arrangements that are put in place for projects these days. I know I haven't, and I'm supposed to be a specialist and an expert in the field. It's simply not possible, and that's due to the high degree of complexity which has been built into these arrangements. And unfortunately, when things don't go as anticipated, it's all too easy to blame the procurement model. PPPs don't work, and we've seen that around the world. We've seen PPPs being dropped like a lead balloon, so to speak. And just take the UK and its treatment of PFI. But the truth is that no procurement model is really to blame for these poor outcomes. It's actually people, the people who are delivering the projects, that are really to blame. So the real challenge, and I spoke about this last year at PPP Week, the real challenge is matching the project to the best procurement model, recognizing the project's risk profile, the business characteristics, and the associated market interest and capability in the project. It's also essential to match the project with the requisite skills and the practical experience, including post-procurement in contract management, and the methodologies and the team culture. And there's no doubt that the PPP model has served us well in the procurement structure, including through that global financial crisis and into this crisis. But I do think that we are possibly on the cusp of a second revolution in PPPs as a result of some of the experiences of risk and risk transfer. So what is it all about, risk and risk transfer? What are we trying to achieve? I'm sure many of you will have seen this diagram before, and I think I've even included it in previous slides that I've talked to at PPP Week. PPPs are not about risk transfer per se. They are about risk allocation and allocating the party to the risk to the party best able to manage the risk. And that's why PPPs are not best suited to very high risk and highly uncertain projects. There's a reason why in offshore natural resource exploration and mining of oil wells and so on, there's a reason why those projects aren't done as PPPs. It's because they are extremely high risk. They're high return, they're extremely high risk. And in fact, it's alliancing, which tend to be used for that kind of high risk project. But in PPPs, we're about optimizing the risk allocation to both minimize project costs and the risk to the project by getting value for money out of that risk allocation. And that inevitably means that some risks need to be retained and managed by the project sponsor or government sponsor entity. Because there comes a point where you transfer more risk and the consequence is that you diminish value for money, because the private sector has to be in the best position to reduce the likelihood of the risk occurring, has to be in the best position to control the consequences if the risk does occur. And if you don't get that right, excessive risk allocation results in lower value for money, because inevitably the private sector will either price that risk in, or worse still, will seek to gain compensation when that risk manifests itself. And that's exactly what we've been seeing with those high risk PPPs in the transport sector in Australia, where when push comes to shove, the private sector will find a way to try and seek compensation for risks that become too great and impact too heavily on the returns they're making from the project. So we're really trying to get a balance of risk between retained by the public sector and managed by the public sector, shared risks, and private and transferred risks. Now, this is not a framework in the sense of you shouldn't read this and say, oh, well, you know, Darren Grimsey says that demand risk should be retained by the public sector. you'll see there's a question mark there. That needs to be analysed and assessed in relation to the project in the situation that the project exists within, to see whether that is actually a retained risk or a transferred risk. This is just the frame in which we acknowledge that risks can be retained and should be retained, and can be transferred and should be transferred, but only where they can, where we have a degree of confidence that the private sector is in the best position to be able to both manage and price those risks. So in practice, we really need three fundamentals in place to achieve that. We need a counterparty that is able to, has the capability to manage those risks, that has the financial resources to be able to absorb any cost of those risks, and we have a contract in place that we can rely on. Now, the current infrastructure boom has resulted in capability, capacity, and capital being spread thinly. There's no doubt about that in many countries around the world, not in every country, but certainly in my country, that has occurred. And that has created an unprecedented seller's market where contractors are at capacity and more selective with the projects and risks they are prepared to take on. And you'll remember that I've already mentioned that it is contractors that are becoming risk averse, and contractors tend to become risk averse for one of two reasons. Firstly, they've been bitten badly by risks in the past. And secondly, they're in a hot market where they have options and choices, and therefore do not need to take on the risks to win the projects. The significant infrastructure backlog around countries around the world is unlikely to ease up anytime soon. And so delivering the immediate pipeline, let alone a pipeline in a post-COVID world, is going to be a challenge due to shortage of skilled workers, rising material costs as well. And despite this, and this has already been mentioned as well this week, contractors' profit margins have historically been very lean. And so understandably, the market is being selective and its overall risk appetite has declined. And fundamentally, and in accordance with this frame of capability, finance and contract, fundamentally PPPs are hard-nosed contracts that transfer more risk to the private sector than most other procurement forms. And consequently, they're coming under a lot of pressure from the market, and in particular, criticism for excessive risk transfer on some very high-profile projects. So as I've said, historically, PPPs have been successful on medium-sized projects. When I started out, it tended to be point infrastructure in the 100 million to $1 or $2 billion mark. And they were readily identifiable and quantifiable risk exposures in hospitals, prisons, schools, that kind of thing, power stations. But more recently, governments have turned their priorities to city building and congestion busting projects. And inevitably, this takes you into the realm of very, very large projects where mobility is the new buzzword that encapsulates economic growth, productivity, and livability. And certainly in Australia, we've had a transport boom recently that's been about catching up on those the trifecta of that mobility creates in economic growth, productivity, and livability. And I know that many of the countries that you all represent are in similar positions. And this results in a pipeline of mega transport projects that by their very nature are very large, complex, and much higher risk than anything we've seen before, or for that matter, for which the PPP model was designed to deliver. And, you know, having had some great experiences with PPPs and being risk adverse, governments have naturally turned to PPPs for some of these projects. And the recent PPP focus has been largely on transport infrastructure in Australia, at least. And there's been quite a limited use of the model for those smaller, more social outcomes orientated projects. So recent transport projects have also occurred in Australia, at least, in environments with much heavier brownfield interfaces than previous projects. And that's only added more to the complexity and the interfaces that have to be navigated as these projects are put in place in often heavily congested cities. And the result has been that the tried and tested PPP model has been stretched to achieve similar outcomes that it was able to achieve at a smaller and a more contained scale. And this has resulted in many countries in well-publicized delays, costs and risk allocation disputes on projects. In my country, those projects include Sydney Light Rail, they include Melbourne Metro, and they include the Westgate Tunnel project, all of which are experiencing very large delays and difficulties over determining whether risk is truly allocated to the private sector or whether it needs to be sheeted back to the public sector. And on the flip side of this, it could illustrate the need for greater robustness in procurement strategy and design. After all, the risk allocation in a PPP isn't fixed. We might think it is, but it isn't fixed. In fact, PPP procurement is really about risk design. And I think there needs to be greater flexibility in considering packaging of projects, risk allocation, and commercial incentives for these types of mega projects. And the focus on mega transport projects has also been at the expense often of the smaller projects due to limited resources and budgets. And there's likely a backlog of that kind of project building up where the focus is on delivering big transport projects. A hot market also highlights a lack of skilled participants in both the public and private sectors that is placing additional strain on successful PPP delivery. And governments are increasingly turning to independent contractors. And whilst this fills skill gaps, key project decisions can be impacted by self-interest and knowledge not being retained by the state, the so-called brain drain. And there's been significant change in the way clients around the world are resourcing their projects with significant numbers of independent advisors working in state delivery teams. And smaller jurisdictions are often challenged in attracting talent away from hotter markets in bigger marketplaces, and particularly where there's limited pipeline that I've already spoken about and opportunity. Coupled with this, and I'm sure this is the same in most of your countries, it's undoubtedly the case in Australia, PPPs are disproportionately talked about in the media and in public debate. The fact is that most infrastructure is still delivered under traditional models, and competitive alliancing has also emerged in my country, where time is critical and also where uncertainty is great, and I think appropriately so. In my state, we continue to use PPPs, and in other states in Australia, they have tended to wax and wane and move, and some states are now moving away from the model in the same way as they have done in the UK. And in smaller jurisdictions, it's always been used somewhat sparingly, but it's undoubtedly negative media around a few projects and market sentiment towards risk transfer that has targeted PPP projects. And many infrastructure projects being delivered by other procurement methods are often experience similar issues. And in fact, some research done by the University of Melbourne, captured in its 2008 Australian PPP benchmarking study and in its 2020 social infrastructure PPPs reports, tells us that they generally deliver poorer cost and time outcomes. But the negative connotations with PPPs are not because the model is broken, but because PPPs are high profile, highly visible projects that attract significant media attention particularly when there are issues. And in smaller jurisdictions, they may struggle to maintain PPP units, which are, in my view, critical. And I know that a lot of you represent PPP units, and all I can say to you is that you are an essential service in the world of infrastructure. You know, without adequately equipped and resourced PPP units, it's unlikely that PPP projects can be successful. Additionally, market capability is often thinner, as I've mentioned, in smaller jurisdictions, which only adds to the issues of delivering these types of projects. So returning to these three fundamentals, if any one of these isn't in place, then you will not achieve risk transfer. It's a simple fact. It doesn't matter what clever contract the legal beagles have created for you. If your counterparty lacks capability or lacks the financial capacity, then you will find that the risk will come back, will be transferred back to you in execution of the project. And likewise, you can have all the capability in the finance, but if you have a weak contract, then you're unlikely to be able to transfer risk. And this has become a significant issue with construction risk, because construction risk is the key issue for most governments and the private sector alike in PPP projects. You'd think that I would be saying it's the whole of life, but it really isn't, because you have to get over that first period of construction and into commissioning and operation before you can you know, receive a return and get payments from either users or from government off-takers to be able to service financing and to make a return on investment. But it's often at the construction phase that we see projects getting into difficulty. And broadly, it takes two forms. Balance sheet risk to deliver on mega projects that expose contractors to extremely large capital requirements, and significant project risk, including systems integration and ground risks along long transport corridors, which is what I've already mentioned. And adverse risk exposures that crystallize on PPPs have negatively impacted on some contractors and understandably reduced their appetite for more of the same. So the virtuous circle happens where the market starts to turn against the procurement model, and in a hot market, sellers have the upper hand, and consequently contractors in Australia and I think elsewhere in the world are pushing back on risk transfer and PPPs in general. This market dynamic is likely to impact on competition and further increase construction pricing. So going back to the start of my presentation, I'm not so sure that it's risk pricing in the investment side of PPPs. It's actually risk pricing in the construction side, which I think is the one which we have to address. And here I've illustrated what I'm talking about. Where we previously had, say, a point infrastructure project, say a hospital or a school or something, the project risk and the transferred risk and comparison to the company balance sheets that might exist. This is just obviously a very simple representation here, but it was commensurate with the size of the balance sheet. And yet when we go to mega projects, what we see is that the retained risk to government often reduces, and the attempt is to transfer far more of the systems integration and the ground risk that creates a massive pressure on company balance sheets. So I went out to various participants in the Partnerships Victoria PPP program in Australia, and I surveyed them on where do we have to go to now with the PPP model. And this might be instructive if you've recognized some of the issues that I've spoken to so far. What my market told me might be instructive. And most of the participants in my survey agree that it is time for the next evolution of the PPP model in Australia and New Zealand to ensure that it continues to deliver successful outcomes and remains a viable option for governments in tackling the infrastructure gap. That's quite different to what we saw in the UK, where governments simply decided to drop PFI. But it is very similar to the view expressed by the UK National Infrastructure Commission's framework to assess private financing and the traditional procurement of public infrastructure. So whilst politically they may have been dropped in the UK, there is still some common sense coming out of some of the institutions that exist that know what they're talking about when it comes to these kinds of projects. Market capability and capacity for the current wave of projects. Mega transport projects are testing this capability and capacity in the market. The market in Australia doesn't appear to be well prepared for the new wave of mega transport projects. Upskilling of both the public and private sectors is needed to deliver these projects successfully. Can't emphasize enough the need to continually upskill and the need for continuing professional development. I'm probably nearing the end of my career in PPPs, and yet I still find that there's so much to learn. In fact, one of my good friends that I've met through PPP Week often says this, and if David Baxter's online, you know that I'm talking about you, when you often say that the thing about PPPs is that there is always so much more to learn, and I concur with those thoughts. And there's been a significant change that I've mentioned in the way that clients are resourced, with a significant number of independent advisors working in state delivery teams, and those smaller jurisdictions being able to attract talent away from hot markets. So the market isn't prepared for this new wave of mega projects in Australia. And a lot of what is playing out is not a problem with the model. It's actually about planning and capability, which are the key challenges to be able to execute on the model. And there are only really two choices to solve this problem. You either buy in from elsewhere, or you develop those that are in country. And in practice, I suppose it's likely to be a combination of both that needs to be deployed. You need to do a successful PPP program and risk management. You need to focus both on attracting new talent and replenishing talent, but also developing and enhancing the talent you have. Shortages and immediate needs are driving a hiring spree in Australia that is naturally resulting in wage premiums. Let's face it, we exist in a global market for these resources, and other countries are facing similar challenges. And longer term, the upskilling of local talent is needed, and ultimately will retain those skills in country for the future and prove more enduring and sustaining than going out and getting guns for hire. Robust project design. Successful projects, and it's been said this week, successful projects start with robust and thorough planning. Often people want to skip this bit. In their eagerness to solve a problem, they jump to a solution. And more often than not, although we're sort of inherently designed to be solution focused, actually we need to better define the problem. Ask those better questions of ourselves that define the problem, that lead to better solutions. And that needs to flow into procurement and commercial strategy. Clarity and certainty over project scope at the outset supports an efficient and competitive procurement process. And governments need to be crystal clear on their objectives and whether the risk profile best suits the PPP model or not. And in that regard, I'm an advocate for not doing PPPs for certain projects. Where the PPP model is not appropriate, it should not be used. Other procurement models should be used. And engaging with the private sector earlier may well support the alignment of those objectives with the market dynamics, which, let's face it, are constantly changing. So finding a balance between what is appropriate and affordable early in the project development will better align project scope and costs. And service levels should be in accordance with operational requirements and avoid gold plating. Turning to catering for flexibility. I've said it many times and I'll say it again, PPPs just simply aren't suited to uncertainty. They're suited to clarity and certainty. And if value for money, risk allocation and whole of life benefits are to be realized, that's what you need. However, governments are increasingly looking for flexibility to be sought in infrastructure delivery. And flexibility is often confused with being able to change one's mind. That's not what flexibility is. Flexibility, true flexibility, needs to be planned and understood, whereas simply wanting to change one's mind is more often associated with not having put in the effort needed up front. The market wants certainty in relation to procurement scope, and a key current issue impacting the PPP model is scope certainty. This also applies to the argument for including additional flexibility in the PPP model. This flexibility can be provided, and I'll briefly mention a case study, if the state, in a moment, if the state is clear around the flexibility required from the outset. Industry participants have limited capability and capacity to support the procurement delivery of multiple PPP projects. Project engineers in particular come under strain in that kind of environment due to the limited level of PPP experience and current demands on their skills. Highlights the need for all disciplines involved in a PPP undertaking to truly be educated and understand what PPP is about and how PPPs will support successful project outcomes. The partnership in PPP models needs to be enacted. It's often said it's the last P in PPP, which is the key to unlocking the benefits of the model. Now, despite me saying that they are hard-nosed contracts, there is a truth to that. After all, I'm in a successful marriage, and underpinning that is a contract. But I don't view that contract, I don't get that contract out for the success of my marriage. The success of my marriage is through partnership. And genuine collaboration, albeit under a contracted risk allocation, can also be achieved, but only if the capacity, skills, and experience exist on both sides. The ethos of partnerships appears to have waned in many mature markets in recent years, and yet it is what defined the true success of many earlier PPPs. And risk allocation. PPPs at their most fundamental are about risk allocation and the principle of placing risk with the party best placed to manage that risk. More recently, there's been examples of aggressive risk transfer, and that appears to have taken hold. Accepting risk to win the deal becomes the new normal, and risk creep results, which has led to added pressure on market participants. And the market in that situation pushes back. Governments have a role to play here as well. If something is very risky or even uncertain, then perhaps transferring it to the market under pressure to accept it to win the deal is not the best way to go around implementing a project, or it's certainly not the best policy anyway. And government has a responsibility to manage this market dynamic and to retain the risks and uncertainties that are too great for the private sector to bear under the project finance structure typical of PPPs. This is where PPPs really need enhancement in their design and their regulation, and governments can't abrogate that responsibility through use of the model. Historically, risk allocations, for example, those adopted for point infrastructure projects I've mentioned, need to be considered in relation to these new mega transport projects. And there needs to be more collaborative work that could be undertaken to understand project risks and uncertainties early in the procurement process, so that they are better understood by all parties and more efficiently allocated and dealt with through the contract. Appropriate risk allocation is more important than ever for project success, and greater rigor in risk management is needed for projects to be successful, both for the public and the private sectors. Utilities in particular, services, geotechnical risks, these are the significant risks for mega projects. And better project outcomes might be achieved if these are actually shared or even retained by the government. So these are some frames which illustrate what I've been talking about, where risk allocation is a dynamic process. It's not something which you can look up. You can't look up in a textbook and from that that textbook determine where risks should be allocated in your project. It needs to be in the context of government aims, a private sector view, and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve through the project. And this virtuous circle is the key to unlocking that risk allocation that I spoke about in the frame of the risk process that starts with identifying risks. I'll turn to a case study, as I promised, and then I'll wrap that up and open it up to questions. And I've put this case study in. It's a project I worked on a couple of years ago, and it goes back to the whole risk and uncertainties associated with flexibility and how we managed to achieve the providing of flexibility within a PPP model in Victoria, in the case of what was known as the Outer Suburban Arterial Roads Programme, which became known as the Western Roads Upgrade, or the Western Package case study. Now, the Western Roads Upgrade was the first PPP of its kind in Australia, and it established a whole new whole-of-life approach to road construction and maintenance by using a PPP. The PPP brought forward planned arterial road upgrades, duplications, interchanges, and refurbishments to Melbourne's west, and included a 20-year maintenance phase. The objective of the PPP was to support the establishment of a high-quality arterial road network in Melbourne's outer western suburbs to increase the attractiveness of this region as a place to live and work and support economic growth. The scope of the PPP was to provide 8 capital projects consisting of the construction of around $600 to $700 million of arterial road upgrades, duplications, and new freeway interchanges. Initial rehabilitation works to bring existing arterial roads in the maintenance area up to the desired service level, including major road resurfacing, regulation, and/or rehabilitation of pavements, and the ongoing maintenance and rehabilitation of approximately 700 lane kilometres of arterial roads and approximately 100 structures over a 20-year term. There's some of the statistics of the project, the eventual net present cost of the project, which of course includes the maintenance phase, the length, the years of maintenance, etc. Now, you'd think that a brownfield project of this nature, involving existing assets and the augmentation of a network over time, wouldn't be best suited to a PPP, and I would agree with you. Except we took the PPP model that we've been using and we redesigned it. There's a map showing the area of Melbourne that where this project covers in the rapidly expanding western suburbs that require a lot of upgrade for improved mobility and improved safety. So a key risk here is augmentation, and this model included a structured augmentation regime whereby capital works and maintenance scope proposals could be developed and proposed by the state and by project company, albeit a bit less frequently than the state, during the course of this project. So the project deed includes the contractual mechanism to facilitate that kind of change over time. In other words, that kind of change not needing to be highly specified at the beginning of the project. And this kind of approach is actually very similar to the capital and operating cost submissions and review process utilized under what's known elsewhere as the regulated asset base approach for regulated industries such as utilities. So what we've done here is taken the PPP contractual approach and married it with a regulated business a regulated industry approach to create a mechanism by which additional assets can be built into the project. This project seeks to provide that additional flexibility due to expected changes in land use and demographics within the maintenance area over time, as well as the dynamic nature of the road network. And it includes a true partnership in which the project company can propose projects that would achieve network efficiencies for the citizens and for the government, and thereby create the business cases during the term of the concession in order to appraise and convince government of the investment need. And it includes a number of additional features such as this to create that greater flexibility that is often talked about as a fundamental disadvantage of PPPs in the risk allocation that's achieved through PPPs. So it includes that focus on network flexibility objectives with an augmentation regime, but also with an additional assets regime to provide the state government with that flexibility required to respond to the changing need of the arterial road network and continue to make investments in the network at particular points in time over the maintenance term that are defined by the circumstances at the time. So no longer is this a fixed price for life contract, and no longer is this a fixed asset risk allocation project. It's something which is has a contractual base, but is regulated over time by a detailed augmentation process to ensure the delivery of value for money as augmentation projects are identified and defined through the maintenance phase of the project. The other aspect I should mention here is that this project was intended to be the first of three to cover the Melbourne area, and potentially more projects that would eventually create a competitive market for road maintenance companies to exist in the metropolitan area of Melbourne. Unfortunately, subsequent projects have not been delivered, so this is actually now a standalone project. But that was due to political decisions, not due to the performance of this project. Well, that brings me to the end of my talk about risk allocation, where I started trying to give you an outline of what I'm seeing, an update and an outline of what I'm seeing as the impact of COVID on risk pricing in PPP projects and the PPP market in general, which I think is very positive. Then took you through what I see as being some of the challenges with the PPP model, and in particular, the size and complexity of projects that are emerging as PPPs, and then into the realm of policy that needs to be, I think, led by government to redefine what it means to allocate risk through these types of projects, with an eye to being able to redesign to, such as with the case study, to redesign the model where it is appropriate to create a different risk profile within the project to achieve the flexibility that government so often wants to achieve. I might add that we're also looking at risk sharing mechanisms within PPP construction periods, whereby for risks which are identified as being very large are subject to some risk sharing arrangements, such that it creates the incentive on both parties to both optimize and effectively deal with those risks. And that's work in progress, which is an attempt to bring in some of the features of alliance-based contracts around risk sharing, where appropriate, around highly defined risks within an overall PPP project and its broader risk allocation. So exciting times ahead for us risk practitioners. I'll bring it to a conclusion there, and I have, I think, 15 minutes left of the time available if there are any questions or discussion that anybody wants to have. I see there's a Q&A there. Okay. You mentioned some kinds of projects that are not suitable to use people. Could you please give some example? I did mention a particular project, and that's offshore oil exploration. But perhaps if I turn to another project, and it's a project that I've got experience of in my hometown of Melbourne, in Australia. We have a large number, a legacy in Melbourne is that we had, or still have, a very large number of rail crossings on road. So the old style barriers that allow roads to, rail corridors to cross major roads, and they create, of course, an interface between rail, road users, mainly car and commercial vehicles, but also cyclists, and of course pedestrians. And a few years back, the government in Victoria decided that it was time, and it was actually long overdue, to remove many of these level crossings. And there's only a few ways you can remove a level crossing. You can either take the road underneath the rail, or take the rail over the road. Highly disruptive, and require possessions of electrified railway, operating railway, and require the quick closures of major arterial roads. The added complication to that project is that not only are there road users, pedestrians, cyclists, rail, and both public transport and also freight. The rail operators are franchised operators, so they're private sector operators. This is a highly complex environment in which projects have to be executed in very quick time. Typically 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks, in which large-scale civil works are undertaken, and railways have to be kept operating throughout. The kind of environment where you can't get in and establish what ground conditions are, the kind of environment where site access is impossible to properly design and determine beforehand, and the kind of environment in which you have to be able to rapidly upscale resources to achieve possessions. Highly unsuitable environment for a PPP. Highly unsuitable because the risks might be able to be identified, probably not all of them, but how can you reasonably quantify them? So in that kind of environment, how can you reasonably apply a PPP model over the top of it to procure those projects? So in all those cases, those projects have been delivered using an alliance-based model. Another example of a project that I've worked on where I have advised not to use a PPP. I did a major project business case for, in fact, it was my local hospital near where I live. Major $1 billion extension and refurbishment. Brownfield site, congested, very small footprint, and the hospital needed to maintain operations throughout. You simply couldn't go in and establish what the latent defects might be within the existing building. You were unable to do proper determined site investigations, and the hospital operator needed to have ultimate control, particularly when it came to construction activities that might unexpectedly cause noise, dust, or impact upon clinical procedures, even to the extent of vibrations unexpectedly affecting operating suites, where there might be this might be discovered where there's a critical event taking place, where you immediately have to stop works, otherwise you put people's lives at risk. That kind of environment simply was not suitable for a PPP. Again, the risks were, you could identify many of them, but not all of them. You needed to maximize the operator's control over construction activity. You couldn't determine whether or not construction practices might impact upon unintendedly and unexpectedly impact upon other areas of the facility. And under that circumstances, I can tell you we did a full analysis and determined that a management contracting approach was the appropriate model to use. And it was used and successfully delivered that project. I could probably think of some more, but hopefully those two examples alongside my example of offshore oil exploration and extraction give you the idea that these very highly uncertain, high-risk projects simply are not suitable for PPP delivery. And I would argue that some of the projects that we've moved into in Australia that have involved extensive tunnelling in a country which is not that experienced with tunnelling, I might add, but in ground environments which are, particularly in my state, which are very uncertain, and in congested city landscapes where people simply don't know where the utilities are, and the utilities are often operated by third parties, not by government. That kind of environment is simply not the best environment to do a PPP in, and I can report that those projects have got themselves into some difficulties, and there's often media reports of cost disputes, time disputes, and industrial disputes taking place on those sites. And that's not the kind of environment that best suits a PPP model. Any other questions? Any other questions? I'll just unshare, stop share.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Hello, Ayup. Oh, there's some more chat.
Thank you. Did you see the questions on the chat?
No, I didn't. I've just got to them.
Okay, so I have 3 questions for you then. First of all, thank you very much for your informative presentation as always. And so will it be available for distribution to the audience?
Oh, yes, sure. I think I've sent it to somebody in your organization. I can't remember the name.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think, okay, we will distribute it. The first
Welcome to distribute.
Yeah. Darren, you mentioned for a successful PP project, risk design is the essential. So the question comes from Wasim. He's asking about environmental assessment risk.
Yes.
Referring to your slide 10, page
Yes.
10. So it's based on the procurement authority, the risk. So is it your country experience, or is it a recommendation that environmental assessment risk should be on the public side?
Yeah, look, I'll go back to that slide because that was a bit confusing, I confess, and I tried to explain at the time and probably didn't do a very good job that this was just to illustrate a framework. I wasn't suggesting that any of these risks should necessarily be placed in retained and transferred. My experience has been that in Australia, that environmental approvals, land acquisition, latent defects, and certainly changes in requirements tend to be retained risks. So they do tend to be better retained and dealt with by the public sector. But that's not always going to be the case, but they do tend to be. Demand risk, I put a question mark there. I actually think that's in the wrong place. That should either be shared or transferred. But at the time this slide was created was just after the GFC, when nobody would finance a toll road. And so my apologies, that's a bit misleading. That's why that's there in that way. Yes, environmental approvals do tend to be dealt with during the design phase of a PPP, such that the risk is extinguished by the time the PPP is negotiated to close. Another question is, do you think that renegotiations to the allocated risks in ongoing PPP approaches will be a trend as a result of system? Yes, I do. I do. That's a really good question again from Wazim. Thank you for your question, Wazim. I do think that. I think that that's actually happening now in Australia. That the risks associated, and that's why I focused on mega projects. Some of the ground risks and the contamination risks in particular, but also the services risks associated with these very large linear PPP projects have necessitated the renegotiation of some of these risk profiles.
And then, can you come to the page 13?
Page 13, yes.
I think there is a question also regarding the transferring risk. So how can mega transport project achieve the required value for money? Is, I think here. So if risk transfer is planned to be very high, how we will achieve the required value for money?
Yeah, I think that's the very point that I'm making, that if risk transfer is planned to be very high, I can't see where it says it on here, then it may not result in value for money. I think risk allocation in particular needs to be thought of through the frame of whether there's sufficient capability and sufficient financial capacity, but also sufficient knowledge of the risk. And by knowledge of the risk, I mean sufficient understanding of the probability that the risk event might occur, and sufficient appreciation of what the costs of addressing that might be. And therefore the sizing of that risk is commensurate with the capital value of the project. And if any of those things are significantly out of alignment, then that's when you get problems. And that's the case studies that I'm referring to, particularly in my state, where and also in New South Wales, where the risks associated with basically ground conditions in a broad sense have been found to be so great that the price of rectification, the cost of rectification, and the probability that actually was found to be 100%, of course, because the risk was found to exist, the events were found to exist, so great that it impacted so heavily on the fundamental economics of not just the project, but of the balance sheets of the contractors in particular who are delivering the projects, that they will inevitably challenge the risk allocation. And you know, as they say, and in any commercial arrangement, you know, if you end up getting your lawyers involved and you end up taking it into the world of the courts, then probably no one's going to win except for the lawyers, that is. And you know, that's what we see. And so I think where the assessment shows, and it should show, that these risks are very great during the design of the project, we really should question whether they should be transferred if you are still going down the PPP model. And in some cases, as the case studies that I've talked about, level crossing removal, offshore oil petroleum extraction and the case of the hospital that I mentioned, you should really consider whether the PPP model is the appropriate model. It may not be the appropriate model, and you might be better off procuring it through some other mechanism.
Darren, I have one question more, but before jumping that question, I would like to ask you, after COVID-19, this is my practical experience that I think we will not see much mega projects. I mean, $100 million, maybe $1 billion. Maybe the government will focus on, minimum requirements and less than $100 million, or some local government PPP projects. So
I think you're probably right, Ayub. I hope so, actually. I think that's been actually something I've argued in Australia, that it would be more appropriate to go back to a more smaller scale. And you're quite right. I think these projects are more likely to be attractive to, particularly to governments looking to stimulate their economies. They're likely to be quicker and easier to design and to procure. I think you'd make a very good point.
Actually, I am really wondering about, what do you think in terms of risk design for smart cities projects? These are not big scale projects. So, do you see any difference from mega projects or some hard infrastructure?
Yeah,
projects?
I do, Ayub. I really do. I think that here it pays to look at the Canadian approach. The Canadians went for a highly standardized PPP model much sooner than Australia, and I don't know, but probably even sooner than the UK, but I might not be right there. They determined that they would do lots of smaller, less risk projects, and I hesitate to say they used a cookie cutter approach. Because it's more sophisticated than a cookie cutter, but nevertheless, it was mainly in the health sector. They did sacrifice some. They went for a standardization of specification, which perhaps wasn't ideal in every project situation, but they were prepared to sacrifice that flexibility from designing something a little bit differently for a particular circumstance in order to maximize consistency for the market to be able to rapidly respond and to harvest, basically efficiencies from economies of scale in the procurement. But they did lots and lots of small projects. And I think you've got a really good, you make a really good point, that sometimes we think of PPPs as being these big, sophisticated things to use for mega big projects. Actually, I think they're much more suited to medium scale, smaller projects, and that can be rolled out and can be done quickly and efficiently under a standardized approach.
Yeah. And, I learned a lot of PPP things from your books. And from 2004, and it was the first book that I met in 2004. But thank you very much for the last books, for in public procurement.
But I don't think anyone reads books anymore, Ayub.
I do.
The sales.
I do.
Well, you have many behind you.
Yeah. I will ask a question from your classification of infrastructure projects. Actually, you did it in 2004, but you referred in that last book. So where you classify the smart cities projects as these technological infrastructure projects in the classification, where should we put it?
You mean like IT projects?
Exactly, IT smart cities. After COVID-19, there are a lot of application has been created by controlling the health or something like this. So they should work with the public authorities, municipalities, and so these kind of things.
Yeah, and when you say classify them, do you mean how they should be procured, or do you mean
actually,
would they be social or economic?
Exactly, social, economic, hard, soft. So there's a
good question. Maybe we need another classification. It's a good question. I mean, it depends on I think it depends on the outcome. And if on balance the outcome that so for example, if you had a project which looked at a smart city project that looked at optimizing road usage by providing, I don't know, up to the moment congestion direction for road users to be able to switch, to alternative routes and so on. Question is that an economic project or a social project? It's probably an economic project, although it's got social aspects to it in that, it economically it improves mobility and so efficiency of the economy. But it's also social in that none of us like wasting our lives sitting in traffic jams. But I'd still say economic. Whereas if you had a project which looked to like telemedihealth that looked to, monitor and alert people who are suffering from, say, diabetes or something like that to issues, and it was a project which used IT to that effect. That could be both economic and social as well, because it could be economic in that it improves productivity of the workforce, but it's probably more largely social in that it's bigger proportion of its benefit is directed towards achieving better health and social outcomes. So I think the difficulty we have often with classifying projects is that we think about the projects in terms of their components. Like we think about IT as in being software and hardware. We think about transport as being, roads or public transport. What we need to think about in classifying them is what the outcomes, the outcomes they're achieving, and on balance, they all achieve social, environmental, and economic outcomes. But what is the preponderant, objective? And I'll take transport. I mean, public transport can be both economic and social. And actually, even more interestingly, a public transport project might not even be really aimed at public transport users. It might be aimed at road users, because every public transport user that you take off the road frees up congestion on the road. So a public transport project could be more about alleviating congestion on roads. So the beneficiaries could even be people who don't even use the project, don't even use the public transport. It's a complex question, I think, Ayo, but analysis is the answer, I suppose.
Okay, so I have two questions more. The first one is all week. The speakers stressed on the flexibility of the contract. So
yes,
the flexible, approach to the PPP contract. So the question comes, is a very interesting question. If we are talking about the flexibility during a PPP project implementation process, so will the public side be criticized that the flexibility will be unfair for the losers of the procurement?
Yeah, good question. There's no question. I mean, this is where I think PPP units are so valuable in that they take a policy view, which is a whole of market view, and I think whoever answered that question is being very perceptive in that you should be very concerned at, and again, I know the sessions I've attended this week, it's been mentioned by various people about good market practice, transparency, fairness, equity. These are important concepts in not just PPPs, but in infrastructure procurement more generally. And the efficient working of the market depends on the rules of engagement being not just clearly articulated and understood, but also implemented. And if we mean by flexibility, I'll take an extreme, that we go to market to procure a road, we select a preferred bidder, and we say, actually, I don't think we meant a road. what we really want is a rail line, then I think that has fundamentally, that's an extreme version of what the question is, but that fundamentally undermines the procurement if you proceed. If you get to a point where this flexibility means that inherently the project is no longer the project that you went to market with, then really you really should abandon the project and start again, because rightly you'll be criticised for proceeding with a preferred bidder or with a winning bidder and changing the goalposts so significantly that it's no longer represents the project which the original market bid for.
Thank you, dear. And then
I have come across this, and so whilst I'm not a big fan of too many options, I think options are a bit of a problem. That's going to market with a shopping list is not the best way to go about things. But for example, I have in a tender process, particularly for light rail projects and other transport projects, included the option of a spur or an extension or something like that for that reason, so that it's in the best interest of the government procuring entity to ensure that that they competitively receive prices on these options if they can define what they are. So that's another way of dealing with it. But I stress that doesn't mean you go to market with a shopping list. I mean, that's not the way to procure either. Much better if you can define what it is you want to buy before you go to buy it.
Hope it's good. So last question there. Maybe next year we should make a presentation, like 2 minutes answers presentation. So you will sit and we will get questions and you should reply it in 2 minutes. So next year we should try it.
I'm happy to try anything you like, Ayub. If you'd like to do that, let's do that next year.
Okay. So,
short 5.
Yes, short 5. So for the countries, they are in the initial phase of PPP projects, like emerging countries and African countries, maybe CIS countries as well. So what do you think, which is the essential knowledge, practice, or the project management talent?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I think that I've spoken lots before about the fundamentals, and I briefly touched on it today as well. I'm always very keen to keep things as simple as possible. I'm not sure whether this will get to within 2 minutes, but I'll have a go. I think
for next year.
You need five fundamental things for a successful PPP program. There are only 5 things that you need, 5 ingredients, if you like, but you need all 5. You can't do it with 4. If you do it with 4, then the cake won't rise. You'll get a flapjack or whatever. And the 5 things are that you do need, and it's been spoken of many times. You need political support at the highest level, and a commitment to achieving the outcomes of a proper PPP program. Dabbling or insincere political support will be spotted by investors a mile away, and people will stay away. So you need political support. You do need to be very focused on value for money, and have that focus properly designed and articulated within your projects, and how you will achieve that value for money. And importantly, you've already touched on it, how you will evaluate that value for money. The rules of engagement have to be very clear. You need rules of engagement. You need a set of guidelines. You need to tell the market how they will be treated, and how also tell your government stakeholders how they will be treated. I said it many times during my presentation. You need a capable, an educated, a trained workforce. That doesn't mean that you need everybody having lots of experience, because you might not have that, but you do need to do. I mean, this is where, of course, Istanbul PPP Week, I think, I imagine, can lay claim to great successes over the last 5 years in helping to educate, train, and disseminate knowledge around all the countries that participate. So, you know, you and your team, and I know that you do a lot of work through the year outside of PPP Week that's aimed at the same type of activity. And so you're a critical part of, of lifting capability and capacity and capability building. And finally, you've got to have a go. You know, you can't learn to ride a bike without getting on the bike. Okay, I could read about riding a bike. I could even, you know, buy a bike and take it apart and put it back together. But unless I put my, you know, riding shoes on, my helmet, and I get on the bike and I ride down the road, I can't demonstrate that I can't actually be sure that I can ride the bike. So you must have projects. You must be able to go out for a run and give it a go. And in doing that, you must be prepared to deal with the inevitable mistakes and the inevitable issues that will arise. No one's perfect, but if you don't give it a go and you don't have something to practice on, then how can you gain that expertise and knowledge that you need to re-inject into the whole program?
Yeah,
just 5 things. That's the perfect cake.
Like in Turkey, we did it like in Turkey, learning by doing.
You did. No, you did, and but you didn't. But I remember right at the beginning of the PPP weeks. You know, you didn't have many projects, and certainly nothing in health. And I remember, you know, sitting down with some of very senior people within the Health Department of Health and talking through. And then, you know, just last year or the year before, I come along, and you know, there are all of these projects that not only had been designed, they'd actually been procured, and I think some had started or had been built. And that's a perfect example. But you didn't just go out there and do a project. You also had, you know, PPP Week happening. You also had PPP law, I think. You also had, and this is where value for money. You know, value for money is different things to different people. So you've got to define it. And I think, you know, Turkey did a very good job in saying how it would determine value for money in the case of its hospital project. You're a fantastic case study.
Yes. Thank you, Darren, for informative presentation. It was great.
If I don't get my
Welcome to the 5th Istanbul PPP Week 2020. As of the 4th day of the week, we will be discussing unlocking the opportunities in global PPP market with distinguished speakers for an hour, and we will answer the questions after it. There will be interpretation in Russia as well, just for your info. Our distinguished speakers are Talgat Matayev, CEO, Kazakhstan PPP Center, Abraham Akkavi, PPP Advisor, Minister of Finance, Oman, Sasha Drazgic, Center for Support to Smart and Sustainable Cities, University of Rijeka, Croatia, and Chidi Izua, Director General CEO Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, the Presidency, African countries. As it is well known, in addition to causing a global health crisis, coronavirus pandemic impacts economic seriously. In many cases, things have changed in some way or another, at least in a short term. Currently, with reduced economic activity, same as others, PPP project has been experiencing some challenges globally. I would like to take this opportunity to leave the floor to Mr. Matayev to tell us the impact of the COVID-19 to the current PPP project infrastructure projects in Kazakhstan and on the pipeline of the countries and challenges. Mr. Matayev, floor is yours.
Thank you. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Большое спасибо, во-первых, организаторам недели ГЧП, турецкой недели ГЧП, за приглашение. Большое спасибо всем тем участникам, которые приняли участие в нашем форуме по ГЧП, который состоялся в октябре месяце. Поэтому сейчас спасибо за предоставленное слово. Я коротко постараюсь рассказать о ГЧП в Казахстане и о влиянии пандемии COVID на развитие ГЧП в Казахстане. Так, следующий слайд. Значит, в целом, закон о ГЧП, я ранее говорил, у нас был принят в 2015 году. Да, на самом деле государственно-частное партнерство в Казахстане имеет свои более ранние корни. Первый закон о ГЧП был принят еще в 1991 году, на заре независимости Казахстана. Далее с поправками уже более доработанный закон был принят в 2006 году. И вот с тех пор до 2015 года, вот как вы видите на презентации, на слайде, 3 проекта у нас было по концессии принято до 2015 года на сумму 4,9 миллионов долларов. После принятия, значит, закона о государственно-частном партнерстве в 2015 году у нас пошел некий рост проектов ГЧП. Закон о ГЧП, он стал более таким гибким, более демократичным, так скажем. Он больше пришелся по душе, так скажем, нашим частным партнерам, бизнесу, предпринимательству. И пошел рост проектов. Как вы видите, в 2016 году было уже заключено 15 проектов, а в 2017 году 163 проекта, в 2018 году 292 проекта. То есть пошел рост проектов ГЧП. Это мы называем своего рода первым этапом внедрения государственного частного партнерства. Был такой стремительный рост проектов. Проекты были не крупные, да, мы называем это малыми проектами ГЧП, поэтому количество соответствующее. И в 2019 году 276 проектов. Всего на сегодняшний день у нас вот свыше 800 проектов на сумму более 3,5 миллиарда долларов. Следующий слайд. Значит, далее по совершенствованию институциональной среды ГЧП в целом в Казахстане, вот начиная с 2015 года мы совершенствовали методику оценки рисков по проектам ГЧП, принимали. В 2016 году разработали 10 типовых проектов, 10 типовой документации по малым формам ГЧП в различных отраслях экономики. Далее мы разработали типовую документацию по новым формам государственно-частного партнерства. Это сервисные контракты, доверительное управление и прочее. Далее мы вырабатывали рекомендации по механизмам модернизации сферы жилищно-коммунального хозяйства, других отраслей, признание договора ГЧП твердым залогом. То есть в 2018 году мы путем отработки с нашим Национальным банком добились того, чтобы договора ГЧП служили уже твердым залогом для финансирования проектов государственно-частного партнерства. Да, это была серьезная работа проведена, и, соответственно, были внесены изменения в пруденциальные нормативы Нацбанка, и банки уже второго уровня сейчас активно стараются финансировать наши проекты ГЧП. В 2019 году мы приняли изменения закона ГЧП, ввели такое понятие, как программное ГЧП, когда можно будет развивать проекты ГЧП непосредственно через внесение изменений, внедрение, так скажем, в государственные программы, в отраслевые государственные программы определенных механизмов, базовых требований по
and requirements to the government projects, especially in field of PPP projects development, and it concerns such fields as education and healthcare. During the same year, we reduced the duration of project planning, and now we are developing the methodology for social and economic impact of PPP projects. Let's look at the next slide. It provides the information about the fields for public-private partnership, and given that we implement people-first policy in Kazakhstan, you can see that our projects are mostly developed in social field. The leader is education. We have 449 projects. We're actively developing kindergartens, and we managed to solve the kindergarten problem in Kazakhstan, and now we have more kindergartens and more places for children in Kazakhstan due to PPP. Also, the same case is valid for the students' dorms. We solved this problem again with the implementation of PPP and per capita financing, together with the Ministry of Education. As I said, we implemented these things in our normative acts, in our bylaws, and that's why we made our project successful. Nowadays, we are building schools, private schools, again, with the PPP mechanism, and the Ministry of Education is actively helping us. We are using PPP mechanism, we are using government support as well, and another interesting field is catering for students in secondary schools. Before, we used to receive these services for 1 or 2 years, but now, thanks to PPP, private partners can sign the agreements and serve children for longer periods of times according to our PPP law. The second one is healthcare. We have 58 projects, and we have big projects such as hospitals, clinics, and medical equipment supply, and some small projects include medical dispensaries and obstetrics as well. We are also developing energy, housing, and utilities field. We have 88 projects here. Many projects are in housing fields, in street lighting field, and we are implementing smart lighting projects right now. And here again, we are using private-public partnership mechanisms, and we are building thermal power plants. And also there are some smaller projects. For example, sport is another important area for us. We have 64 projects. It is 8%. This field includes ice palaces, and we have foreign banks here involved in this project. For example, we have a Slovakian bank that financed the construction of ice palaces. Also, we are building fitness centers, sport grounds, and cycle race tracks. Next slide, please. Here I would like to mention that after the active growth of number of projects, we decided to categorize them. The first category is projects requiring reimbursement of all costs of a private partner from the public budget. The second category includes projects requiring reimbursement of operating costs from the public budget. And the third category is projects not requiring any financial obligations of the government. As I said before, there are some consequences of this active implementation of PPP projects. One of them is a fast growth in the number of projects. Of course, we reviewed these risks, and we thought that the partners would compensate the expenditures according to the results of the projects, and we established necessary limits that were connected to the revenues of each authority. We made changes in these limits every year according to the obligations written in the PPP agreements. Also, we had a registry of PPP agreements to follow up who is taking obligations, who is not, who is doing what he must, who is not doing anything. And this measures gave some kind of guarantee to private partners, because after the registration, government has to make some payments within the framework of the signed agreements. This is important for both state partners and private partners. It means that there won't be any changes and the budget won't be changed. Of course, we are implementing some monitoring tools at the same time. These categories helped us, and taking the budget deficit into consideration, we made some necessary steps, and local authorities now are trying to implement the projects from the second and the third category.
Уже к ковиду, к периоду ковида и
Let's look at the COVID period, and let's look at the impact of COVID on business development. If we look at Kazakhstan, if we consider the overall information, we can see that the investment reliability of Kazakhstan was approved by the responsible agencies of the country, and the state allocated 9% of 2019 GDP to combat the consequences of COVID-19. Here we have some measures listed on the screen. These measures were adopted by the government to support businesses. First of all, they include low-cost loans, loan guarantees, and suspension of loan payments. It means that the system was a bit simplified for business. Also, it includes industry financing and grants for such fields as construction, aviation, tourism, agro-industrial complex. Another measure is cancellation and delay in tax payments, reduction of tax rates. Another measure is the termination of lease payments for business that rents from the government sector. Also, one of the measures include training programs for moving businesses online. Of course, there was a lockdown. We have to take this into consideration, so it was necessary to educate people and let them work online. COVID-19 and PPP, demand risk PPP projects in education. What did we do in this field? I told you about the projects that we have, dorms and catering programs, kindergartens. There wasn't a demand during the pandemic, as you know. So all the payments were compensated, were reimbursed by the government, and it wasn't related to the amount of payments. And as you know, children didn't use these services during the pandemic, and government is still paying for them now. So it's a great support. And there are regulation mechanisms. You know that there is a force majeure article in the PPP agreement, and this is considered to be force majeure, I mean the pandemic. So that's why all the necessary measures were taken according to the force majeure clause of the PPP agreement. Next slide. Here I would like to mention the online support. I have already told you that we hold online sector webinars, industry webinars, And we continue helping our partners and potential businessmen who are planning to implement PPP projects online. That's why we hold industry webinars constantly, and we also provide information support on social media platforms. We continue to develop the projects. They don't stop. We continue working online remotely, and we continue helping regional centers, regional PPP centers, local authorities, and of course we are always in contact with the central authorities. So the projects that had been planned before are still going on with the same pace. You might know that we held the second PPP forum. It was very successful, and we shared experience with our colleagues. And we knew a lot of things from you and many other colleagues. At the same time, we try to monitor PPP projects, and we monitor the projects that have already been implemented and the ones that are going on. We provide recommendations individually according to each project, and we try to support them with a methodology and tell them about their mistakes and tell them about what can be done in future. Also, we are considering the prolongation options for PPP agreements due to the pandemic, and we make some amendments in the current PPP agreements. The next slide includes information about the PPP projects which are being planned now. We are planning to implement the projects in the education field. It's almost 50%. The next field is healthcare. It's almost 30%. The next field is energy, housing, and utilities. It's about street lighting, social housing, waste management, and so on. And the last category is sport and culture. So we haven't stopped our work. PPP is developing, and the pandemic hasn't stopped us. Maybe actually the pandemic played a role, and because of the deficit in the budget, the PPP mechanism is an important component to implement some social projects needed now. The next slide is here.
Улучшать, совершенствовать нашу нормативную базу.
We are continuing to make changes in our legislative base, and the first important step here is the law on concessions, and it includes the direct agreements between the lender, the concessionaire, and the grantor. It applies to any concession projects, and it's not only about the projects of special significance adopted on the government level. The next one includes project company. A PPP agreement can be concluded with the project company established by the consortium following a tender. Also, there is another mechanism which includes the reimbursing costs for the construction of utility infrastructure of the main objects of private investments. It means that we help the investors, or investors help the government to create the necessary communication and engineering infrastructure and connect it to the big big facilities that are being built, like plants, factories, and so on. And the investment return will be considered through the PPP mechanism. Shortly, I would like to tell you about the activities of our center. It was established in 2008, and the sole shareholder is the Ministry of National Economy of our country. So we have been working for more than 12 years, and we have good experience in PPP. We are actively cooperating with the international financial institutes, EBRD, ADB, UN agencies such as UNDP and European Economic Commission, international PPP centers, and Eurasian Economic Commission, and we have working groups in those entities. We are actively working to attract new investors to our PPP projects. Also, I would like to mention our platform, which includes the first and the second international PPP forums in Kazakhstan and PPP scientific conferences, and we have roundtable discussions and publish a PPP journal. And we would like to invite everybody to publish their articles in our PPP journal to exchange experience, and we will be happy to participate in your events and your publicity. Printed materials. How can we help you? We can help the investors to search possible PPP and investment projects. We can advise on the options to participate in selected projects. We can organize negotiations with public partners. We work with all the ministries, with all the government authorities, holdings, development banks, and financial entities. We are ready to advise at every stage of PPP project development, prepare all-inclusive PPP documentation, provide risk management of project, and also we have a PPP Academy in Kazakhstan where we provide online courses and seminars to teach PPP. We are open for cooperation and exchange. We are ready to exchange experience. This is shortly all that I wanted to tell you about the work that we do. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I wish you good luck, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mataya, for the remarkable, great presentation. It's very useful to see the PPP project under the development in terms of education, healthcare, energy, and sports, and an amendment legislation on the way. Thank you very much again for your presentation. Just think of the impact of the maritime sport, airports, toll roads, particularly transportation, energy projects. I would like to now leave the floor to Mr. Akkavi to give us information, the impact of the COVID-19 to the current PPP project, infrastructure projects, and pipeline of the country. Mr. Akkavi, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Gunay and Dr. Ayub. It's a pleasure to be here to present a short presentation about PPPs in Oman. I'm just going to share this screen now, hopefully. Oops. This one. Okay, next slide. Just a few words about Oman for people who don't know what Oman is. We're a small country in part of the Gulf in the Middle East, population of 4.6 million, over 60% are indigenous Omanis and the rest are expat. Our GDP is hovering around $60 million per year. We've had excellent foreign direct investments over the last few years, notwithstanding COVID. And our GDP, non-oil represents a significant portion of it in the sectors that are listed here: industrial sector, tourism, logistics, and fisheries. And recently, we're developing a lot of mining opportunities as well. We have been ranked in the MENA region as number 6 in terms of competitive index. Oman is not new to PPPs. We've had PPPs for the last 15 years or more, predominantly and almost exclusively in the utilities sector. We were one of the pioneers in this part of the world in developing independent power projects, independent power and water projects, or independent water projects under PPPs. We have 20 operational projects. I'm a bit jealous of Kazakhstan with their several hundred projects in PPPs, but we focused for the last 20 years on the power sector. We, I think, not only pioneered it, but we have a very good formula that's bankable. We always attract best-in-class developers, and part of the process we have is to take these opportunities, once operational, into an IPO process to develop our stock market. So therefore, we wanted to leverage on our success in the utilities and energy sector and get into PPPs in other sectors. So in July of 2019, a little bit more than 18 months ago, there were 3 laws that were promulgated in the country. One is in relation to a PPP law. Another one is promulgating a PPP authority, and the third one is privatization law. And with a pipeline of PPP project, we have established the 3 pillars of what we call the PPP framework. A couple of months ago, a major reorganization happened in Oman, whereby several ministries, many government authorities and councils and companies were merged together, and our authority, which was called Public Authority for Privatization and PPPs, was dissolved and merged with the Ministry of Finance. And basically, the royal decree transferred all the obligations, specification, allocation, assets of the authority to the Ministry of Finance, including the employees and the contracts. And the PPP law and the privatization law stayed and continue to apply as per the law and its regulation. Similarly, all the agreements and contracts and pipeline of projects continue. So basically, it's business as usual. This is a reorganization in the government that affected a lot of us in order to make the government smaller, remove duplication. These are things happen normally in many countries. I want to spend the next few minutes talking about PPPs and why we're doing PPPs in Oman. We've only launched the PPP law 18 months ago or less, and these are the objectives. They're not any different from any other country's objectives. Obviously, we want to implement a national economy policy, but we want to create a vibrant private sector to invest in public infrastructure and services. That is key for us. We want to improve the public services, and obviously we need to reduce our overall financial burden on the budget. We looked at best-in-class processes and adopted the 5-gate process, which is not any different from many countries, whereby we look at projects from an initial assessment, and then we conduct detailed feasibility studies, and then we tender, we select, negotiate, and we award the contract. As well, the law as well applies to unsolicited proposals, and we have around 6 of them that we are navigating as we speak, whereby private sector can come in and suggest a PPP project, and the law and the regulations allow it. It is inspired by the Swiss challenge process. We have 7 sectors that we're focusing on, and the top 3-4 sectors related to health, education, environment, and transport. We have several projects at the municipal sector, several in the government services sector, and few in the fisheries, as fisheries is one of the key sectors that we want to grow in the country. The majority of our projects that we have in our pipeline are in the health sector. We have over 17 projects in health out of 50 projects in our pipeline. And we have half a dozen in education and half a dozen in environment, and probably 10 projects in transport, mainly fishery, ports, and several in the other sectors. As I mentioned, our dashboard of PPP project is comprised of 57. 6 are unsolicited proposal, and 51 are listed in that dashboard, 37 of which are at the initial assessment, 9 at the detailed feasibility study, 4 are in the procurement process, and 1 is in negotiation as we speak. These in the procurement and in the selection and negotiation have started before the authority was set up. So we basically inherited them, and we are processing them as we speak. Here's a sample of the projects that we have. As I mentioned earlier, I'm jealous of Kazakhstan with their hundreds of projects, but we are focusing on a combination of projects that are capital intensive or service rich projects. Our top priority projects are related in the health sector. We have a challenge in providing dialysis services across the country. We have currently 16 centers that are providing dialysis, and we are testing the PPP model on 3 of these centers. So it's one of the top projects where we want to improve access to dialysis, as well as improve and reduce the cost, hopefully. So we have a PPP project in the dialysis services where we have completed the pre-feasibility study. We have shortlisted transaction advisors, and we are about to launch the RFP to select a transaction advisor. We have several rehabilitation centers related to health as well, and we are piloting a project in rehabilitation where we are as well launching the tender to select a transaction advisor. We have several projects in the transport sector. One of them is called the truck road from Salalah to Thamreit. It's actually an existing road that we want to dual for trucks. It's a 120-kilometer road from the mining to the port. We have roughly 7,000 trucks daily that go back and forth on that road, and we have conducted a pre-feasibility that proved to be very successful and very viable. And now we are as well have shortlisted several reputable companies to be the transaction advisor on that project. We have a bundle of schools. We have over 200 schools that are in our school program to be done as PPPs. The first bundle is between 40 and 50 schools where we have as well completed the feasibility study, and we are now launching to select an advisor to help us with it in terms of the detailed feasibility as well as the procurement process. The next project is a wastewater project that I'm showing here as part of our sample. We have shortlisted developers, so completed feasibility study. We have a transaction advisor on board, and we have shortlisted several reputable international companies to build a sewage treatment plant, and we are about to launch the RFP very soon. We have around 10 fishing ports where we've conducted feasibility studies for a few of them, and we expect in Q1 2021 to issue the RFPs for developer investor in these ports. Several of these projects range from $10 million in CapEx to $1 billion in CapEx. If we take our 57 projects, we believe that the capital requirement and investment, we've computed it to total around $6 to $7 billion. Several of them as well may not require a lot of CapEx, but require lots of services. We have a couple of hospitals that already built. We will be looking for international operators to operate them. These will require hundreds of new staff to be engaged to deliver the services. So therefore, it's a mix of projects with capital intensity or service richness. I'm going to make a few comments about the COVID impact. Obviously, COVID has impacted all of us. It actually gave us an opportunity to pause some of the projects, as most of them were in the initial assessment stage. It gave us an opportunity to review priorities. And we, with our board, in the last meeting a couple of months ago, we agreed that the new priorities are in the health sector, in the education sector, and reconfirmed that sanitation and transportation are as well key priorities. COVID gave us as well an impetus to look at where should we spend our energy and effort. So for example, in the education sector, we would like to explore digital education, given that the pandemic has given us experience how to do distant learning, not only bricks and mortar. So we're looking at digital education and the use of PPPs in it. In the bricks and mortar, we are looking as well at how do we do the new designs and new construction. Could we use some new techniques in construction? And we have a project where we are engaging an advisor to help us look at different delivery techniques in design and construction to be able to hopefully design them faster and build them faster. In conjunction to different delivery methods, we have adopted 2 new PPP processes. One, we are calling it a PPP fast track, whereby we will try to conduct the minimum required in terms of feasibility, focusing on the important element of a feasibility study under a fast track process, whereby we might engage in providing certain additional guarantees, certain commitments to fast track a project. Similarly, we came up with what we call a PPP Light. PPP Light, in our case, are for smaller projects whereby we don't need to do a deep dive feasibility study, whereby we believe there is a private sector, predominantly local private sector, available to deliver a project, and we have developed a PPP Light process whereby we might go from a pre-feasibility directly to a procurement process with conducting an intensive market sounding, but at the same time reducing the effort to do a detailed feasibility study. Currently, we are exploring several funding options, either stapled financing or stapled equity, whereby we have opportunities with local banks or local infrastructure funds or investors to have them available to any developer and investor to come in and access them. And the rates will be very attractive, and that will hopefully alleviate the need to bring lots of foreign direct investment by having some available funding from a debt capacity as well as from an equity capacity in the market. We are looking currently at several projects that could be self-funding. We're calling it fiscal alleviation. These are projects where it could be developed on government-provided land whereby it could be a mixed-use real estate development in conjunction to providing investors the need to provide us some government infrastructure, but in return, we trade off on the land and we get the investors to overbuild some of the on surplus land and develop some of our needs. A couple of large-scale projects related to roads and mega infrastructure projects, we're looking at PPPs to be an economic stimulus to stimulate the contractor, EPC contractor, as well as the supply chain and potentially some job creation. So in a nutshell, COVID gave us the opportunity to relook at priorities, relook at the way we deliver projects, the way we fund projects, as well as potentially overpaying sometimes for some projects that will be providing economic stimulus to our contractor, to our supply chain, and job creation. Thank you very much for the time. I'll be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akkavi. It was very useful information, valuable information that it was provided, seeing that the government's priorities around the impact of the COVID has changed. It's kind of implemented. Thank you very much again for the presentation. I will quickly move to Sasa Dresgig to give us information on the impact of the COVID-19 to the country. And Mr. Dresgig, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Currently, I cannot share my presentation until the previous presentation is removed.
Yeah, sure. We'll remove now.
Can you remove it, Gunay? I mean,
I don't have access to remove, but I will just let them know.
apologies.
I think Abraham should just stop sharing. That will do it. I mean, if he clicks on stop sharing on his screen, the presentation will go off.
Apologize again. I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, if you can just click on the stop sharing, it will help us to put the Sasha's presentation there.
Sure. Sorry about that. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. I think Sasha. Sorry about it. Sorry for it, Sasha. If you can just kindly share with us your screen. Yeah, perfect.
Do you see presentation?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So I hope you hear me well. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us. I prepared a very short presentation with my colleague, Damir Juricic. We are jointly at the Center for Support to Smart and Sustainable Cities, and we have a long experience in private-public partnerships. Especially, I have to say that my colleague Damir Juricic was for a long time head of the Agency for Public-Private Partnership in Croatia, and I am consultant for the private sector as well. So in this presentation, we will just provide a brief overview of PPP in Croatia. It was very nice to see that we have in the countries in a wider region, we have very good examples of PPP and implementation. Unfortunately, we cannot say that much in Croatia. We are not happy with the market in Croatia, especially because at the beginning, from the forming of the PPP in Croatia, we had many advantages, especially from the 2012, when our institutional and regional and regulatory framework was declared as one of the best in the Eastern European area. So as you can see, a regulatory framework started in 2006. I will not bother you with all these details, but what is important that our regulatory framework try to basically accommodate the structure to the needs of the private sector, and also in order to basically speed up the process of implementation. For example, you can see in 2015 there was an ordinance on small value PPP projects, where basically the regulator, and this is colleague Damir Juricic, of course, he wanted to make the processes more simple for the smaller projects. If you look at the PPPs in Croatia, we can say there's only 17 projects, 360 million euros, mostly in education. These were some bundled projects in terms of schools, for example, 30 schools and so on. And majority of these projects are already 12 years in operational phase. So we have some experiences. Also, 16 out of 17 projects are statistically recorded off the government balance sheet. That means out of the public debt, which is very important for Croatia as one of the countries that has to respect Maastricht treaties. And unfortunately, only Zagreb Airport, as a quite large investment, was actually allocated on the balance sheets due to termination clauses. Also, like we said, Croatia has a good legislative system for PPP and well-defined procedure for combining EU funds with PPP. And this is very important, not just for Croatia, but for all countries that actually have this kind of subsidies from EU, because so far, usually traditional models were combining this kind of support, and now basically due to also work of this was in a so also we had DEİK or S projects with basically features of PPP with capital value of 100 million euros within the public building energy retrofitting and well street lighting. So here are some examples of the PPPs in Croatia. You can see called all airports that was the last project, bus station, and the street. So what's interesting to present to you here is that we conducted analysis of station projects, and as you see, we have projects with a value of 4 million euros in sectors of education and sport, and all these facilities are basically now, as I said, in operation for 12 years. So what are key findings? Basically, quantitative value for money savings, which were predicted for this project, was 7.9%, and of course, compared to the public sector traditional tender. Also, the final actually bid savings were 9.44, and this is one of the very rare proofs actually that the public-private partnership is more affordable for public sector than traditional projects, and sustainable and substantially. Also, of course, there are many qualitative advantages like respecting deadlines, and better efficiency, better technology supplied, and so on and so on. Also, what we saw, there is average general unitary charge reduction on the level of 9.8%. Average debt service cover ratio is on the level of 1.2. Effective interest rates on this project 2.8, and average return on assets 6.2. So basically, we can conclude actually that from all these projects that we were researching actually, and we were operating with the real data, this shows quite high effectiveness of public-private partnerships in Croatia. However, later I will come to the fact some limitations. Why, even though we see obvious advantages, why don't we have so many projects at the market, even though our potentials are still very high? In terms of COVID impact, so the COVID crisis affects availability contract PPP and user paid contract PPP. Basically, there's a game of availability or demand, and of course, for all those who deal with the PPPs, basically the real focus of is mostly on availability, and this is important. That basically COVID, of course, affects much more all these projects that are reflected in terms of demand, because of course demand is suppressed, and these projects are in this situation more financially in risk. So as I said, the crisis has a smaller impact on the success of the COVID projects, which are based on the principle of availability, meaning that the public sector pays for the service. In Croatia, to our knowledge, the availability fee in contractual PPPs is paid regularly, so there are no problems. However, we expect significant challenges in the Zagreb Airport project, which is pure concession. So also in terms of advantages now, what we can see is that various new technological and digital solutions are emerging, and different solutions in the field of urban transports, like reduced propensity for public transport and preference for personal car for greater safety. And in contrast, what we can say is that school PPP is not compromised when there are no students in school, because demand risk is allocated to public partner. Again, this is availability issue. Also, what we can see is the risk of early termination contract. It does not exist because COVID is not considered as force majeure. So this will be interesting to see how this will evolve. Also, a couple of we're short on time, so I'm trying to get the most relevant information. So what are the perspectives of PPP in near future? So we have to deal with certain obstacles that we noticed in terms of our long practice in both from the side of regulator and both from the side of private sector. So there's a clear lack of understanding or knowledge of key government officials and decision makers. And even though we had a PPP framework, one of the best in the world, we had problems with other ministries and government agencies that they were not able to keep up with the level of quality. So there is also traditional reliance on traditional model, which is tied to EU funding concept, because traditionally EU subsidies were, even in the government bids, were tied to traditional models. So basically, so far there was no options to combine PPPs and subsidies, which is now becoming possible. And of course, traditional model is easy to use for the public sector, and they feel that they control the process more. Unfortunately, they don't realize actually that the PPP process is much more transparent than traditional model. The question is how to boost PPPs. Definitely boost and try to improve capital planning processes and methodologies to do promotion. And also what we noticed, that national or local documentation templates are very necessary in order to overcome actually lack of knowledge of officials. And of course to show the level of transparency of PPPs, which is sometimes not perceived. Also, there's a huge role of ICT and softwares that can combine templates and capital planning methodologies. Also, there's a general change towards long life project cycle, which is supposed to come also in traditional sector. So far, in traditional sector, the focus is only on capital investment, not on the long term of the cycle, of the project cycle, which means there is no proper evidence on maintenance costs and all other costs which are related to long-term use of the goods. As well, this means that we need to focus on standards when delivering public services, and unfortunately this is not yet something that public sector perceives as the most important issue. So I tried really to brief up, and I hope this information was useful for you, and thank you once more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dreskik. It was very useful. Thank you very much for your affordable, your valuable information. And we would like to, because we are running out of time, we would like to quickly move to Mr. Izuwa for his view on the short term to medium term, how to mitigate negative impacts of the COVID, and also as well as the impact of the COVID on the current PPP project and the pipeline of the country. I will leave the floor to Mr. Izuwa.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Gune. I first of all would like to thank my brother, Dr. Ayub Aydin, and the Istanbul Center of Excellence and DEİK for inviting me. I'm actually talking about Africa at this session. You know, there is a country-specific session where I'll be talking about Nigeria. That's the reason I don't have a presentation. Africa is 54 countries. You know, so if I was going to make a presentation about 54 countries, I probably think I need a full day, you know, to be able to do that very, very successfully. But just to give you an idea about Africa, Africa is 54 countries. I mean, if you look at the map of Africa, you can put the US, China, India, physically, you know, into that continent. So it gives you an idea of what the size of Africa is. We're about 1.3 billion people. And what is very interesting is half of these people are less than 18 years old. So it's pretty very young and vibrant continent. If you look at the projections for Africa, it will be about 1.9 billion in 2030, which is in 10 years' time. And 300 million of that population will be classified as medium income. So that shows what the potential is. Now, coming to the impact of COVID, you know, on Africa, there are two levels of impact. You know, one is positive, one is negative. Now, let me talk about the negative impact. You know, first of all, what COVID, you know, did expose for us as Africans, it's, you know, the parlous state of our healthcare system. So if you look at the critical indices in terms of, you know, hospitals per 1,000 of population, ICU beds per 1,000 of population, physicians per 1,000 of population, nurses per 1,000, health expenditure as percentage of, you know, GDP, public health expenditure as percentage of total health expenditure, you know, health expenditure, you know, per capita, and also out-of-pocket expenses. You know, I mean, if you were to compare it with the world variables, you know, it's nothing to write home about. So that is brought a focus that there is an urgent need, you know, to address, you know, health infrastructure, health expenditure, you know, across the whole continent of Africa. Now, on the other side of it, what it's also happened is that, you know, it's also created an opportunity, you know, because addressing, you know, this infrastructure needs which have happened is an opportunity, you know, for the private sector, because many of the countries, you know, who, you know, you've had impact on, you know, on revenues, you know, many of the countries that depend on mineral resources have had a sharp drop, you know, particularly on their income. Now, countries that depend on tourism, you know, have also had a sharp drop, you know, in their income because people are not traveling, nobody is moving around, you know, economic activities. So essentially, you know, that drop in revenue is created a sense of urgency. And just like Abraham mentioned, you know, where before you would struggle to convince government agencies to use PPPs, now, you know, COVID has done that. You know, so essentially, you know, in terms of the business case for PPPs, you don't need to make a business case. You know, COVID has done the business case for you. So really, just like Abraham has said, you know, it's moving straight into implementation. So that has been a positive impact of COVID across, you know, the entire continent of Africa. But looking at specific projects, you also have certain impacts you have there, you know, in terms of, you know, like I talked about aviation projects, you know, the traffic is not there anymore, you know, so the planes are, I mean, this is not just something that affected Africa. I mean, it's interestingly, the Istanbul airport, you know, is run by a very good friend of mine, the new Istanbul airport. And when I speak to him in terms of revenues and his obligation to government, I don't want to say much about that. So you can see that people who have this kind of concessions, road concessions, are very challenged. People are not traveling, so if people are not traveling, the revenues are not there. If the revenues are not there, it creates a huge problem for the concessionaire. But coming structurally into PPPs, there are also some problems we have noticed. So, I mean, this addresses user fees and availability. If you have availability PPPs and government doesn't have the revenue, it's extremely difficult for government to pay and maintain, those services. So that creates a situation where, both the concessionaires and the grantors have to work very closely, to push it. But if you look at PPPs, the contracts, I think, there have been two major areas, which I would say is some sort of magnum opus, for all of us who are practitioners in Africa. The first thing is force majeure clauses. What you find out is that if you look at our existing PPPs, the force majeure clauses were so simplistic, and they had no capacity to be able to provide for what we are facing now. So you see that there's a very strong inadequacy in the force majeure clauses. And this can create problems. It can create conflicts. It can create, so everybody's got to have the humility, to say, look, that, these four major classes that we have were too general, were not specific, are inadequate to the situation that we have faced, and we look at ways to address it. The other thing is insurance. I don't know if there's anybody who has any PPP anywhere in the world that has a pandemic insurance. So you also see a situation that insurances that people took didn't cover a pandemic. So that creates a fundamental problem that even if you were to start to look for something, to sort of, a shock absorber, to help you haven't provided for that. But it's interesting to know that, the Wimbledon, long tennis tournament is always taking a pandemic insurance. And I understand that this year they're getting billions from the insurance companies for that. So these are some of the two key things, in terms of the structure of the transactions we have led. So having had a situation that, COVID has created a business case for Africa to do PPPs, there are massive opportunities for PPPs in Africa. And I want to share a number of them. The healthcare is a large area, hospitals, ICUs, mobile medical clinics. That's a huge opportunity across the whole continent of Africa. Now, what is also more important is that Africa has got some 15 specific projects, which are called the Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative projects, which are projects domiciled with the African Union that are aimed to transform Africa. And those are huge opportunities, for investors, like the Trans-African Highway, you have the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, that runs across all the West African countries. You have optic fiber links, across Africa. You have the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline, that runs straight from Nigeria, through the Sahara down to Algeria, up to Europe. You have the Dakar in N'Djamena to Djibouti, rail line that basically dissects the continent. Then you have the North-South corridor that runs from, Cape Town, straight up, to Cairo. You have the Kinshasa, Brazzaville thing. You have the Inga Dam. You have port projects around, Africa, the Lamu ports, Nigeria, and all over the place. Because Africa is an island which has got a long maritime corridor and is full with, mineral resources. And those ports create the opportunities. So these are some of these. So you can say that it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag of, reality. It's a mixed bag of what we have learned. But more importantly, the upside is the massive opportunities that exist, for us to use, public-private, partnership as an investment model, to provide, solve the infrastructure problem we have, create opportunity, and create the Africa of our dreams. So I think that overall, and in terms of a balance, COVID is a big blessing for us in terms of what reality is done for us and what energy it is created. Because people now realize that every generation must out of relative obscurity discover her mission, fulfill or betray. So this generation of Africans are the infrastructure generation, and COVID is created the best business case, to focus on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Izua. It was great speech. It's remarkable information that you have provided to us. I would like to thank you, all of you, and our audience for joining this session. We already 10 minutes past our session. Therefore, I won't be able to ask the question, and hope to see you guys. Hope to get together again next year. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks all.
We have two sessions more, and today we have a guest from ICBC, Project Director Ahmet Can Yakar, and we will listen ICBC PPP investment in Turkey and in general, and what happened in Turkey so far. And the floor is yours, Ahmet Bey. Welcome again.
Thank you very much, Eyüp Bey, and hello to everyone who is now listening me. I know it's a little bit late in the afternoon, maybe after the lunchtime, so I'll not keep my presentation or my speech very detailed. As Eyüp Bey kindly mentioned, my name is Ahmet Can Yakar. I'm working at ICBC Turkey Investment Banking Project Finance Department as Managing Director. First of all, I would like to give you a brief information of what ICBC has done in Turkey, and then provide my presentation to your kind attention. As maybe some of you are well aware, ICBC, as being the biggest bank in the world, has acquired a Turkish bank called Textil Bank in 2015. And from then on until 2020, it has made investments, including infrastructure, energy, and other sectors of Turkey, in order to promote Chinese business and Chinese relationship, as well as being socially responsible to the citizens of Turkey. So in this regard, I joined ICBC team in 2016, and from then on, as ICBC Turkey, we have participated to 9 PPP deals in Turkey, including healthcare and motorways, And in our pipeline, we project to participate and bring new funds to Turkish market, both in infrastructure and energy deals mainly. So as a bank who is in the market for more than now 5 years, we have successfully had an exposure of more than euro 1.3 billion, and including also hedging solutions. So with this flexibility and with this contribution, we now have a understanding of the Turkish PPP market, as well as what shall be done in future, and what these experiences that we had in Turkey can be redesigned in other countries. So because our main target today is Turkish market, before moving deeply on the Turkish market, I would like to have 1 or 2 minutes of your time to explain ICBC investments in global PPP market. As you know, PPPs are actually quite well used tool in the world, both in Europe, Americas, Latin America, South America, as well as North America, and also Asian part. So ICBC has contributed more than 36 deals all around the world, which is serving to the good of public and investing in these areas for long-term maturities going up to 22 years. So in this, as an example, I can now provide you one of the deals that we have did in Turkey also. When we were just present in Turkish market for 2 years, we have participated a project bond deal in Turkey for a hospital PPP for 20 years. So I will also provide more information about it. So now I would like to continue with my presentation. So I don't know if you can see it right now. Okay. Eyüp Bey, apologies, but I think everyone can see my presentation, right?
Ahmet Bey, now we cannot see. Can you share again?
Sure. Apologies for that. Let me do it once again.
Now it's okay.
Okay, I will make it full screen for the sake of good order. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to start my discussions. By the way, I just told a little bit about me. I used to work for a Turkish bank called Denizbank, which was a Russian Cyberbank affiliate. Now it has been transferred to EMBD, Dubai-based commercial bank. I worked for UniCredit, Ciner, and now I'm working for 4 years now in ICBC. And the projects that I did so far, as you might kindly see, is in airport sector, hydroelectrical power plants, renewable energies, motorway PPPs, hospital PPPs, and so on and so forth. Now I'm moving on. What I'll explain you today as an outline, I would like to give you a brief information. Maybe most of you know, that's why I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Though I would like to kindly once again bring the attention to you of the PPP framework, public-private partnership model, definition of PPPs, contract types, Turkish PPP healthcares, and the PPP models that has been observed in Turkey, and the PPPs in Turkey stakeholders. And then I will move on to successfully delivering PPPs, give some best practice examples as far as we have participated, of course. And then we will talk about the incentives for PPP projects in Turkey for banks, which is actually to give you a little bit more understanding, because maybe there are some also sponsors or potential sponsors who would like to participate to these kind of deals in future. So at least to give you a little bit of flavor of what the banks are looking for while going into these or committing long-term loans. And then I will tell you a little bit about the things that we did in ICBC, a little bit more detailed. And then I will give you ICBC's investments in PPP market, a little bit more elaboration. Then we will give you like one of our best practices in Turkey, which is going pretty well in Turkey, Elazığ Hospital, PPP. And then I think as today's now, you know, a trending topic, and it will be for a while, I guess, we would like to stress on how COVID-19 pandemic has affected the PPP projects, especially the ones that are at construction stage. And then I will give a brief conclusion and we'll be happy to take any of your questions from there on. So in order to move on, as you know, PPP framework is best understood as the established procedures, rules, and institutional responsibilities that determine how the government selects, implements, and manages PPP projects. A good PPP framework for us lets the market know how PPP projects will be developed and how bids will be assessed. And this can lead to more competitive procurement and better value for the public in a short period of time. I didn't write here short period of time because we also see some examples all around the world that actually some public tenders which are excluded from the PPP framework also goes well. But when we look at the general, we see that a pure efficiency increase in the construction and cost saving wise. So in order to move on, when we look at the PPP framework as a continuation, we see that PPP specific policies or legislations are mostly embodied. So actually this is bringing the public sector, the government, the authorities, whatever you want to call, and the banks and the sponsors who are willing to take the risk to construct this and operate for Turkey's example, 25 plus years in some cases, under one table. So here, what was required was the procedures, decision criteria, institutional responsibilities shall be clearly defined. I'm not going any further. So when I move on, as you know, public-private partnership model, I can do like this also. Maybe you can catch it a little bit better. We see that PPP is actually an alternative procurement method being adopted for public infrastructure development worldwide. And we see that actually this is the main thing that we see everywhere. Public-private comes together for a PPP agreement. There is a tender being made, and public gives direct agreement to lenders, which enables lenders to have a quasi maybe sovereign guarantee, or in Turkey sense we call it termination on compensation. And on the other hand, as banks or financial institutions in some cases, we are getting also from private sectors a various recourse mechanism. It depends on where it is, how long will it take, geology, everything actually is increasing the level of collaterals we request or decrease the level of collaterals we request. So when I move on, definition of PPP, I'm sure most of it know, but just to give a brief example from the diagram that we have provided, public owns and operating assets we see here, and then we see civil work services, management, operating contracts, lease alternatives, so on and so forth. And we see at the end of the day a full operating hospital, motorway, whatever you want to call, or tender is moving on. When I move on, I see that in Turkey and in other parts of the world, we see actually the total tenure or the total concession period that has been granted to the tender winners are around 20 to 30 years. This can have, of course, shorter periods. We also see that there are maintenance considerations. So actually what the government is expecting is to construct the place first and then keep it available for the use of public, or some cases specific group of people, for an amount of time. And with regards to that, the government is willing to pay sometimes whole, sometimes partial, guaranteed amounts in order to make the project more feasible and bankable for us. So when I move on, we see the process of lands contracts. There might be several contracts. Just take a hospital example, which I'll give later. There are like sometimes we see 18 to 20 service providers shall be inside the hospital, each functioning at different levels and different places. So maybe the length of the contracts is also important for the appetite from the sponsor side and also for the bank's sustainable revenue generation understanding. So I'm moving on. Apologies. Why public-private partnership model? Actually, this question has been raised a lot these days. Maybe some of you may also reading some international articles that has been published. Some argue that it's outdated. Some argue that like there are pros and cons. So actually, this is like a gray zone. It depends on why you need it, how long you need it, and how much you want to pay for it. And do you have the construction consortium, or if in local base you don't have, then is there any foreign attraction that is willing to be in your country to do that public-private partnership model? So we just listed here. We say, I mean, like just to give very three main points. You can see that finance, manage, and oversee the construction, sell the project outright to a private sector party, and enter into public-private agreement with the private sector to perform all or material portions of the project, which is actually like outsourcing some of the functions that has not been embodied inside the government or governmental institution for a while, because this is also a know-how process for both parties, for sponsors on the operation part and for the government, in order to also to have new point of views from sponsors in order to how to increase the efficiency and decrease the cost burdensome. So always seeking the optimum everywhere. Apologies. So when I move on, I just wanted to explain what is PPP contract types. I'll not go any deep, but you know, it can be any type. Like it's just actually just, maybe it's not a very good or shallow way to put it, but the thing is actually what you need as public and what can be provided by the market during that time, during that conjuncture, is defining how you can make that riddle into a big picture, a bigger picture. So you can have design, you can have build or rehabilitate, finance, maintain, operate, technical operation of an asset, technical operation of an asset, and providing services and providing support services, ancillary services, even, you know, like providing a commercial area in the part in the PPP that you will do. So this is like you just choose in order to achieve the vision you have on your mind as a country to give or to serve to your citizens. So when we look at how the Turkish people analyze it and how they use it in Turkey, we see actually that we are using the TOR method. TOR is in general refers to administration, transfer of rights, by the way, to administration, the transferring the operation of its assets. We see BOT, build, operate, transfer. We see build, operate. Sometimes they don't transfer, they build, operate. We see build, lease, transfer, and we see build and lease. So these can be viewed. Now I want to, of course, when maybe in Turkey and not in other countries, but in Turkey, when you say PPPs, it's a little bit more, how to say, accompanied or remembered with healthcare sector. So I just wanted to give a brief update. Maybe you hear from the previous panelists mentioning the healthcare program, this, that. So I just wanted to also give you a little bit of color of how we perceive as bankers. So as you can see, there is sponsors here. We have Ministry of Health, and then we have project company. We have EPC contractor below, which is providing the construction, and we have O&M contractor, which is sustaining the availability of the facility, no matter what. It is a rehabilitation center, it is a forensic hospital, or it is just a general purpose main hospital. And of course, you see us here, sometimes in a nice way, sometimes a little bit pushy. But of course, we are also here always and happy to be there. And then we say, just to give you a brief update, like key attractions of Turkish PPP program, like why Turkish PPP program was this much successful. It's because of the incentives and because of the attraction points. And in order to just show them very briefly, you can see there are adjustment, again, inflation and FX. So actually, even though you are paid in current local currency, it has been converted. So the sovereign, I mean, like euro or dollar, in some cases, we also see Japanese yen, monies are protected from the depreciation of Turkish lira. We see VAT exemptions, we see insurance risk taken by Ministry of Health. We see lenders sign a direct agreement with Ministry of Health, which is actually for us to reach to liquidation in case something bad happens. We never want this, faster. And we can directly speak with Ministry of Health in case of like that, and some compensation at termination, of course. This is very important. In case non-payment event occurs for any reason, there are several of it, we can actually ask for the loan. And for the sponsor, because this shouldn't be only attractive for bankers, of course, also for the sponsors, there is also compensation at termination for the equity that has been provided by the sponsors. Of course, depending on some conditions, but it is clearly mentioned. So if we need to take a picture of Turkish healthcare PPPs, again on a very executive level, we see that average concession period in Turkish hospital PPPs is 28 years. Investment period roughly takes 3 years, and operation period 25 years. Aim of Turkish PPP hospital program was actually basing on a very naive and very understandable philosophy, and it is to provide Turkish people world standard healthcare system, which is, I think, that like drinking water, it's very important to be healthy throughout our life. So this was the main aim. And then in order for that, thanks to the government and their dedicated teams in Ministry of Health and also Ministry of Treasury and Finance, project agreements has been evolved with the contribution of IFIs mostly, and also bankers and also commercial banks. And we have project agreements which is securing actually both the, as I told you here, investment period, or let's call it construction period, both securing, of course, at optimum and at it can be during construction period and operation period. And also, this is also very important, I think, we have marketing testing in Turkish healthcare system. This is actually like every 5 years. If something is outdated or if there is a newcomer to the market, that, it is enabling actually them to get into the project as a service provider, which is like a win-win situation, because people will get better services. So it's not like you put one guy, a company, and they don't operate for 25 years, I mean for service providing. So this is also good for the benefit of the society. I'm moving on. Then, of course, for us bankers, it's very important that there is a steady revenue stream. This is being secured by availability payments. It is being paid by the Ministry of Health, because the company who won the bid, is providing keeping the facility, hospital facility available. And we also have service payments, which is a little bit more, I can see, maybe you will be hard to understand, complicated, but this is also service payments, which is partially being guaranteed by Ministry of Health. And of course, debt, we provide dollar or euro most of the time, and project company uses this as debt service and EPC cost in order to operate, activate, and future, if possible, get dividends out of it. I told you the revenue, so I'm not gonna keep it more complex, but most of the time we see that availability payments is like more than 80%. We write in 90% because this is the reality of the market, but we also see a little bit less, like 80s or something, but most of the time it's like more than 70%, that's for sure. We can say it is adjusted quarterly, so it's a little bit safe zone for bankers, and since we are protected from the depreciation of Turkish lira. Then service payments. This is, as I told you, you build the hospital, perfect, but you need to provide services, and these services in Turkey are like now 19 services, depending on the hospital and the needs of that geography or that location. These 12 are non-volume services, 7 are volume services. We just put here, I don't want to go too further because this is not healthcare PPP session, I mean like education. So, but if you have any further questions, I think the organization can provide you my email, and you can always free to ask me anything. I'll be happy to provide answers. Now I'm moving forward. I actually told you about the financing modeling, the availability payments, service payments. I just wanted to detail, I just wanted to explain more clear picture of availability payments and service payments. Of course, at the end of the day, government expectation is very simple. Keep this hospital available, provide my citizens high standard quality healthcare, and if you don't, then as you can see here, I will deduct from your money. So this is also good for bankers, not sometimes of course, but for the benefit of the society, it's very good. So actually there are deduction mechanisms in case the company, I mean the company who won the bid and operating on top of every other company, does not provide what is being promised under project agreements, then there are deduction mechanisms. Of course, as bankers, we are also trying to keep ourselves safe, our money safe to be repaid successfully. So there are different mechanisms, I'll not go through. When I move on, we see the stakeholders who are in this environment, the habitat. We see Ministry of Finance, Privatization Administration, line ministries, municipalities sometimes, Public Procurement Agency, Treasury. Of course, now Treasury and the Ministry of Finance has been merged, and the State Planning Organization, as well as, of course, banks and sponsors, EPC contractors, and O&M providers. So, when we look successfully delivering PPPs, best practice, in our eyes, the government aims something. As I told you, provide best facility to their citizens. In order for that, there are actually 4 sides. On the north side, you see strong private sector participation. On the west side, you see time, completion, innovation. Here, you see value for money and appropriate risk transfer. And here, on the south, you see receive competitive bids. So, if we go a little bit more deeper, I'll take you out of it very soon. Just not gonna emphasize only healthcare PPPs. We see in healthcare sector in Turkey, new governmental and strategic plans targets are being put in place in order to further improve the Turkish healthcare system. There was lack of intensive care and units. And then we see that actually Turkey is growing, the population is growing, the GDP is growing, don't count this year. And then we see that the physical spaces is not enough, insufficient, so it has to be renovated. So this model has been used in order to achieve the goals that the government has shorter period of time. And while doing it, not only focusing on one city, to just provide these services equally to all Turkey. That was the aim, which is, in my opinion, nicely done so far. Of course, there are some problems in everywhere we see. Then we see the incentives for PPP projects in Turkey for banks. As I told you, revenue guarantee is quite bankable for us, I mean attractive. Step-in rights, in case something is bad. We never want that. Actual lenders have step-in rights, which allow us the consent of procuring authority or new concessionaire to perform an ongoing project in cases where the initial private partner is at risk of default. Debt assumption is not for hospital PPPs, it's for mostly, we see in Turkey, motorway PPPs, which is actually in case the project is not operating. I'm not talking about, by the way, hospital PPPs, just to mention again. Ministry of Treasury and Finance assumes the debt up to certain points. We see in Turkey from 85 till 100% in some cases. There are tax incentives. This is also good for also our calculations. And land, the PPP projects in Turkey allow free use of government land and expropriation, and the expropriation is being made even fast with regards to and thanks to new legislations. Now, let's go back to what ICBC has done and the general outlook. We see currently that PPP projects of Turkey are listed here. 18 projects so far, and we see that 12 projects are operational. Tekirdağ, number 13, will be opened next week, if I'm not mistaken, with the attendance of our president, Mr. Erdogan. And these are the projects which are under construction. And as you can see, as ICBC, we are active in these projects for hospital PPPs. So I'm moving on. These are the investments so far we did in 5 years for hospital PPP projects. As you can see, it's 5 projects. And just to go back, sorry, my bad. Subtotal here, you might ask this question. Subtotal here is 27.215 beds in total, where 17,356 are operational and 9,859 are under construction so far. So this is ICBC, Elazığ, Bursa, İzmir, Kocaeli, Kütahya. These are the ones we are in. Yes, best practice. Why we say best practice? Actually, this is best and the alternative practice in Turkey, because when you look, it's all about providing loan for a longer term, like cash money, you just give it. But in Elazığ deal, what we have participated is we actually provided our loan in terms of project bond. So we are actually the bond investors here, where the company, the issuer company, has investment grade, still also has investment grade, and we are getting bond coupon payments, as well as bond is being repurchased by us, since this was a private placement when it's done. So these are the bondholders, including us, MUFG, Proparco, FMO, Siemens, and IFC was enhanced bondholder, and there was MIGA for political risk insurance, and EBRD's support facilities provided, differing from construction to operating periods. And this is 20 years, like the highest maturity we have reached so far. And now, actually, I'm about to finish my presentation, by the way. I just wanted to put this, because, you know, now there's COVID-19, and maybe some of you are interested, what is the effect in Turkey and the projects. On a general base, as also being providing loans to these projects, we are happy that we see the hospitals are also serving the citizens for the COVID cases. And this is something very nice for us. And like when I go back to Elazığ deal, for instance, unfortunately on January, if I'm not mistaken, a big earthquake has been occurred in Turkey, in Elazığ. And the hospital, because there was also seismic regulations we have negotiated with the sponsors, so it was like nothing happened during the earthquake. It served to people. And for us, apart from being a banker, as a person, this is for us also a very, you know, how to say, relieving thing that something we did for society is really actually paying off. When we look at the COVID cases, the first case has been diagnosed in Turkey on 11th of March. Until then, COVID sections has been opened, including also city hospitals. So we, as I told you, we are, I mean, those hospitals are serving, we are happy for it, but of course, there are also some downsides of it for the operational hospitals. First, I want to mention this. We see that actually bed occupancy rates have been decreased, because we also hear it from our own families and friends. People are now going less to hospital in order not to maybe have COVID. So this is actually something that I would like to point out. And also we see that Ministry of Health also had to reduce the amount of appointments for non-critical patients, which has decreased the number of patients admitted to hospital. Therefore, a decrease of volume on volume-based services are expected and started to be observed. In addition, we are also expecting decreases in the number of medical tests, site inspections, drills, trainings. Due to current situation with COVID-19, building and land services may also encounter problems on access to material. Actually, what we are trying to say here is this. As I told you, if you remember from the back slides, 19 services are being provided in hospital. Since less people are visiting the hospital, there is a domino effect, and we can see that, but we cannot really gauge, we cannot really calculate at the moment. But as I told you, since we also do the deals bankable, as lenders, we feel comfortable, just to mention. So this was the operating side. When we look at the construction side, from the reports we see, we understand that projects may be under increasing pressure over next 6 to 12 months to be completed, because very simple, less manpower going to the sites, or they got somehow infected, so less people are working, blue collars are working to finish the construction, or goods that has to be important from other countries, including medical equipment, are coming a little bit delayed. So we see that with regards to construction completion, the effects of Corona is also has a has an impact on the commercially operation dates and construction completion dates of the projects. But however, thanks to our diligent and elaborated project documents and insurance policies, these are mostly covered. I will not say 100%, but mostly covered. And we are very lucky that Turkish government is always supporting the projects and very, very understanding about the conjuncture. So also as bankers, we are always very thankful to Turkish government and the authorities. So as a conclusion, what I can summarize, in PPP model, in PPP method, public sector invites private agencies to bring their capital and technical assets for executing public projects. And Turkey is implementing the public-private partnership model since 2003 with the contribution of international financiers, international sponsors, in addition to local financiers. And there is also a strong pipeline which actually give the private sector a much larger role in providing services with PPP model deals. Until today, when we look at from the ICBC window, as ICBC Turkey Investment Banking Project Finance Department, we have been participating arrangement and financing of significant 5 hospital PPP projects, 2 are operational, 3 on its way, and 4 motorway PPP deals, and more is coming. So we are also happy to contribute to the society which we are established in. And it is also important that we also have the honors to participate to Turkey's first green bond project bond as a bank who was in the market for 1 year in 2016. And we aim in future to participate to landmark projects which have strategic importance on Turkey's development, including infrastructure, PPP, hospital deals. But apart from that, since our good head office has mandated us as Turkey, we are also happy to observe deals outside of Turkey, including North Africa, Black Sea region, and also Balkans. So, I mean, East Europe. So I would like to thank you for your patience listening to me at this time. And I'm now happy to take any further questions you may have.
Ahmet Bey, thank you very much for the great presentation and ICBC contribution to Turkish PPP projects. And it was great. Thank you. So we will continue to our session with country session. We will move to the Japan country presentation now. Once again, I would like to thank you and see you next year.
I wish you a healthy day. Thanks everyone for listening to me. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
We're very happy to host the Japanese session of this PPP week. My name is Burak Talu. I'm the Vice President of Turkish Contractors Association and Vice Chairman of Talu Construction. And we're very happy that this week and this sessions all throughout has been very successful and enjoying the PPP events. Turkish Contractors Association and Japanese Overseas Contractors, OKAJI, have a long-standing relationship. We actually signed a partnership agreement last year to cooperate together, especially in Africa, in many other places. And Turkish and Japanese contractors have a long-standing history together. We are very happy with this relationship. There is from OKAJI, Saya-san is going to help me moderate the Japanese participants coordination. And later on, we will have our colleagues presenting different experiences from different parts of the world. We have a very, very rich webinar and a lot of very important participants. And I think it will be a very fruitful 1.5 hours event. The Turkish contractors, have been working all around the world, and we've completed about $400 billion of projects in the past maybe 50 years. Another $140 billion of PPP experience in the past 20 years. Turkish contractors have been very successful. The contractors have become holding companies. They also invest in different parts of the economy, in energy, tourism, healthcare, transport. So we are happy with this cooperation. And especially about PPP, we are in Africa and Central Asia. Apart from Turkey, we see a lot of great opportunities, especially in airports, highways, ports, railway system, metro systems, healthcare, and social infrastructure. So with this good works, I thank all the participants who are here, all the listeners, and waiting for your questions in the later on. I will pass on to Saya-san to say hi and start with our Japanese colleagues. Arigato, Saya-san. We cannot hear you, Saya-san.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I shared my screen. And thank you for having me to this event and allow us to have a Japan room. I'm from OKAJI. Sorry, I have to say congratulations for this great week. It is a very successful and very rich events, and I myself is enjoying a lot. I'm sure all the participants today, this week, are also enjoying your very, very elaborated coordination of this event. And welcome to Japan Room. My name is Setsuko from OKAJI Japan Overseas Construction Association of Japan, which is association of 52 large Japanese construction companies. We benefit from $20 billion of overseas market for investing in quality infrastructure. The objective of having the Japan Room today is I have two things. The first thing is we would like to share Japan's experience on PPP in domestic market in Japan and also in foreign markets. And second thing is that we would like all the participants to consider how you can work with Japanese companies in PPP. And here I'd just like to introduce our speakers today, Mr. Takanori Arimura. He is from MLIT, Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. He's a director for Overseas Strategies Construction Industry. He is our leader. And this Dr. Yoshimitsu Nakajima. He's from Maeda Corporation, which is a construction company, one of the largest construction company, and he's a manager for the R&D Center for Infrastructure. Maeda Corporation is the only one Japanese company which has experience in concession type of road projects in PPP. And also that finally, we have Mr. Naoki Motohashi. He's a chief consultant, PPP team from Mitsubishi UFJ Research Consulting. Four of us are working together, not only for this Japan team, but also for our study group that MLIT coordinated recently for the implementation of PPP. So this is one of the very nice occasions for us to share some of our thoughts during the study group which MLIT coordinated. Just for the agenda of today, myself and Mr. Amikura from MLIT will explain setting a scene for the PPP in Japan, Japanese players and Japanese market and overseas perspectives. And I also like to invite Mr. Nakajima. He has a very rich experience of application of ISO, how the company is using data to improve the operation and management of toll road projects. And finally, Mr. Naoki Motohashi from the Mitsubishi UFJ Research and Consultant, he will explain his views as how the Japanese construction companies are doing in PPP markets overseas. He's a knowledge tank, so I think you can benefit from his knowledge. First, I just have four points I'd like to share about the PPP market in Japan and overseas. The PPP market in Japan is growing. It started in 1999 by the enactment of PPP law. But by the end of last year, we have 800 projects in Japan. And it's very happy to say that among 800 projects, 20 projects are led by Japanese construction companies. On the overseas, as I mentioned, the construction companies are now being one of the big players in Japanese infrastructure markets all over the world. We have 20 billion market shares annually, but it is not including PPPs. PPPs are not counted. We traditionally have strong presence in Asia, but PPPs for Japanese companies is still kind of the beginning stage. We are learning. The early players started playing PPPs in Hong Kong and Australia and UK in 1980s or 1990s. But since then, there was a very kind of slow progress in overseas. But based on our very rich experience in Japanese market, we are ready to go forward in overseas markets. So then, having said that, I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Amikura from MLIT so that he can share what governments think and how governments lead Japanese construction companies. Mr. Amikura, the floor is yours.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay, so thank you for the introduction and hello everyone and welcome to Japan Room and thank you very much for being interested in this session. Again, my name is Amikura, a director at Emirate, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Japan, and I'm currently working to promote worldwide success and contribution of Japanese construction companies, including PPP. And so let me share a slide. So today, on behalf of Japanese government, I will very briefly talk you about these 3 points. One, our strong will to support Japanese companies to promote PPP worldwide. Second, our confidence in good quality. And third, our current actions towards further enhancement of overseas PPP by Japanese companies. And then I pass my baton to private Japanese firms to illustrate the details from their perspective as players. I hope all of you to enjoy this session and to find something useful or helpful. So now let's begin. And the first point that I would like to put my emphasis on is our strong will as Japanese government to back up Japanese companies to work towards overseas PPPs. We, the Japanese government, have held minister-level regular meetings to promote overseas construction for about a decade, and we are currently working to draft our strategy toward 2025 by reviewing our current strategies for 2020. The new strategy, which is under construction, is for sure planned to emphasize the importance of PPPs. And we believe that PPP can give us better solution for particular issues by maximizing creativity and the utilization of sophisticated skills of private sectors where the Japanese companies have strengths. And we also believe that PPP can be a key to deal with financial problem which demand tends to exceed its supply. And considering all these points, the Japanese government is keen and ready to strongly support business entities promoting PPPs. It is expected that the companies working together with Japanese companies might be benefited somehow by it. And the second point is our confidence in good quality. As you might know, quality infrastructure principles was agreed by G20 in Osaka last year, which was hosted and led by Japan. That includes contribution to sustainable development and economic efficiency with low life cycle cost and environmental friendly and strong resistance against natural disasters and considerable care for the society and the people, and also the good governance in infrastructures, which we are all confident. And finally, let me close my short part by referring to current actions of Emirate to further enhance overseas PPP. Emirate is now highly interested in overseas PPP and launched a new council with experts in a wide range of fields. We are now studying how to achieve better PPP projects, and its output will be contributed to Japanese companies to push them up in a higher level. So we believe that the Japanese companies can be your good partner, and we are all waiting for great collaboration with people all over the world. That's very short, but that's the end of my session, and thank you for listening. So please enjoy the other two presentations from private sectors, and looking forward to working with you someday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a very great overview of how governments are supporting companies, and it is very nice that we have whole of the government, all the cabinet level ministers are involved in these initiatives. Thank you very much. I mean, it's a very encouraging message for all of us. So the third speaker today is Dr. Nakajima from Maida Corporation. We're very interested to learn their very innovative way of how they are using data for the PPPs projects. So Dr. Nakajima, floor is yours.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, then let me share my screen. Wait a moment. Okay, the screen is okay? Okay. Okay, again, thank you, Saya-san. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Yoshimitsu Nakajima of Maeda Corporation. As you may know, ISO 55001 is an international standard for asset management system. Recently in Japan, PPP and PFI is strongly promoted to support the maintenance and management of infrastructures. Aichi Prefecture Road Public Corporation has sold the business operation right under PFI law, and our company bought this business operation right and starts the operation from 4 years ago, 2016. We are using asset management system based on ISO 55000 one for our operation and maintenance. So I will introduce our application of this system today. The contents of my presentation is as shown here: background, policies and objective, asset management system, and maintenance database system, and summary. Okay. First of all, I will explain about the background of our business. From 1972, Aichi Prefecture Road Public Corporation has started the operation of toll roads, and now we are operating these 8 routes shown on this map from 2016. And the total length of the route, 8 route extension of 72.5 kilometers. And we started our operation from 2016. So the operation right for the main 4 route, this main 4 route is until 2046. It means approximately 30 years. And others are, shortest one is 30 years, and the longest 28 years, like this. Now, I will explain the key point, why we need the application of ISO 55001. At first, we have to do these 3 matters. To operate and maintain toll roads, which have already passed more than 45 years since construction, for up to 30 years more, and to build long-term business plans with minimization of life cycle cost by frequent PDCA round to maintain stable business continuity. And third one is to minimize risk by ensuring the maintenance and management of structures. Then, what is the problems? The past information of various structures of 45 years old or more after construction is often incomplete and incomplete. And it is very difficult to pass the tacit knowledge accumulated by government officials when handing over from the public to the private sector. Now, let me show what I felt difficult to manage when we started our operation in 2016. The huge volume of construction information are stored as paper document, as shown on this photo. And so it was very difficult to find the necessary information and documents, drawings from these storehouses. Necessary information were quite unusable. And so we had to improve those bad conditions to manage. Then why we need the ISO 55001? Because it is very important to systematize the aggregation of information in the maintenance and management, and to manage the asset by using the asset management system. And of course, the management system based on the international code is necessary to expand our concession business into international business markets. Then next, we decided our asset management policies, and as shown here. First, comply with the law and standards. And second one, maintain the road condition and service level. And third, the priority shall be determined by risk assessment. And fourth, the use indicator, I mean the key, KPI to clarify the achievement. And fifth is the keep continuous improvement of the asset management system. Okay, here I show the example of target assets for what we have to manage. There are so many structures, like more than 300 bridges, 150 numbers of covered walks, like that. And then the asset means not only the structures, but also the funds or personnel or the many facilities or the vehicles and software and so on. Okay. There are so many structures and also the assets. We have to manage all and by using so many datas. This figure shows our asset management system. The main feature of this system is the triple PDCA rounds. Inside rounds is daily and periodical maintenance. The middle round is annual planning of work and budget. And third, the outside rounds is the medium-term business plan, including human development and new technology development. And by using this PDCA round, we have to, we are improving our business and the road condition and everything by using this PDCA. Okay, next, let me introduce our digital infrastructure management database system. As I explained that so many paper documents were handed over to us when our operation started. So we digitalized necessary documents and input all of them into new developed database system. Then now we can find and use necessary documents from map like this, and also from the route table like this. And we can find the target structure very quickly and easily. Then when we click the structure, we can see the detailed information of structures such like photos and portfolio and location and the timeline, including the drawings, construction drawings or inspection records and repair work records and memo and comment like that. Okay, finally, I show the summary as shown here. ISO 55001 is very useful and necessary to establish policies and objectives, determine targets for asset management, and to establish asset management system, and to develop infrastructure maintenance database system. And of course, expand our infrastructure management business in the international business markets. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakajima. It is a very elaborated process and a very carefully managed database which make your project very successful. And I'm very happy to invite you as our speaker to show the evidence-based and database approach would make a successful PPP project. Thank you very much. I forgot to mention that maybe at the end of the next presentation, I would like to invite some comments or questions from the floor or even among the panelists. So please feel free to click on the Q&A and write down your questions or comments, and then I will take all your questions or comments afterwards. Thank you. Then maybe our last speaker from Japan room is Mr. Motohashi from UFJ, Mitsubishi UFJ Research and Consulting. The floor is yours. Can you, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Saya-san. Dear audience, everyone. It is a big privilege for me to take this opportunity to make a short presentation today. My name is Motohashi from Mitsubishi UFJ Research and Consulting. I'm providing research as well as advisory services to central and local governments, mainly in relation with PPP or PFIs. In my presentation, I'm going to introduce features and strengths of Japanese major construction companies in the context of PPP and PFI markets. Let me share just a moment. Let me share my presentation. Just a moment. I hope this works well. Can you see my front page? Okay, so let me continue. So the very first one, this graph shows the number and cost of PFI projects implemented in Japan. For 20 years, since the enactment of PFI law in 1999, with strong initiative as well as support of the government, Japan has steadily accumulated the number of PFI or PFI projects, which is now over 700. And this is not included PPP, just PFI. So I can say quite good number of PFI projects has been implemented so far. And this table shows the breakdown of these PFI projects by field. As you can see, there are a lot of projects in education and culture, as well as urban development or health and environment. While also in other fields, there are quite good number of projects are already implemented. Recently, foreign companies has also participated in some projects, but so far, most of them are built and managed by Japanese companies. Therefore, I can say there are so many Japanese companies from various industries who have very good knowledge and experience in PFI projects. And construction companies are also one of those companies. Then let us fly back or fly visit to Istanbul for a while. Probably, as you know very well, various Japanese companies have already participated in big projects around Istanbul or in many parts of Turkey. And some of those projects are implemented by PPP and others are conventional EPC type. And in some projects, Japanese companies are participating in as investors, while others are as EPC contractors. However, I'd like to point out one thing. Unlike the case in Japan, construction companies are not seen as an investors in PPP or PFI project in Turkey. This diagram shows the typical roles of Japanese companies in global PPP and PFI markets. Many of you may have heard the name of, for example, Mitsubishi Corporation or Mitsui or Itochu and so on and so on. And they are called trading house or general trading house or Sogo Shosha. And they often participate in PFI projects as investors. And there are another big group which has rich experience in PPP markets overseas. They are financial groups such as Mitsubishi UFJ or SMBC or Mizuho Corporation. And JBIC, Japan Bank for International Corporation, is also strongly supporting their financial functions in the global PPP or PFI markets. But today, I'd like to ask you to focus on these companies, which have been accumulating very good experience as EPC contractors in global PPP or PFI markets. For example, I believe you know the name of Hitachi or IHI or Toshiba. They are very good manufacturer or makers, which provide very good machines and so on in global PFI markets. Or you may also know the name of JGC or Chiyoda Corporation, which is a specialist of plant engineering in many countries. And on the same line, or much more than that, there are so many very good Japanese construction companies, such as Obayashi or Kajima, or of course, Maeda Corporation and Kumagai, Taisei, and Shimizu, and so on. And as I mentioned, they have plenty experiences of PFI or PPP projects inside Japan, but somehow they haven't yet been recognized as major players in global PPP market. However, as Saya-san and Mikura-san have already explained, the Japanese government wish and actually supporting them to expand their field, and also they expand their field and play as investor or a major player in the SPCs in PFI or PPP projects. And actually many of those Japanese construction companies are now trying to do or to play such an important role in many PPP projects. In the last few years, I had opportunities to conduct research to find some features of Japanese construction companies in comparison with competitors from other Asian countries. Based on it, I'd like to say many people have common impression or image on Japanese companies, such as Japanese companies takes quite long time to make decisions, or they are very cautious to take risk, and they are not so cost competitive. However, many people from foreign companies or foreign institutions also pointed out that many Japanese companies are keeping their commitment once being a partner, or they are very excellent in engineering knowledge or quality control or reliability in their work, also operation and maintenance, and overall project management. They are very active commitment in human resource development or knowledge transfer, as well as contribution to flourishment local economy is also recognized as a very good features of Japanese construction companies. So, when you see the typical features, which is very important or essential for many PPP or PFI projects to be successful, you may notice that these items are quite similar to the good advantage of Japanese construction companies. So I can say for the good PPP or PFI projects, it should have long-term commitment in the projects, and also the very good knowledge or skill to manage very complex items, including design, construction, operation, as well as maintenance. And especially in overseas PFI project, state-of-art technology, so very advanced technology, especially in construction, is also required. And also good knowledge and understanding about LCC life cycle cost, which was already mentioned by Nakajima-san, is also required. So building good, then using cheaper is very important to make PFI project very successful. So you can find those things are the subject which many Japanese construction companies are very good. Therefore, I can say many Japanese construction companies can help your countries or your project to manage these matters if you have a chance to work with those Japanese companies in PFI projects. So for the last page of my presentation, I'd like to introduce just one important tip in order to collaborate with Japanese construction companies. As I mentioned, they have great technologies and also good experience in PPP projects, and also strong will to expand their market overseas. However, one thing is that optimistic estimate of big profit from various projects is not good enough for Japanese companies to make their decision to participate in particular projects. Rather, I can say they need clear reason for them to engage in particular projects. So I'd like to ask you, audience today, when you'd like to think of collaborate with Japanese companies, please send clear message why and in which specific field you'd like to collaborate with them. Then the chance for you as well as Japanese construction companies to work together in PPP or PFI project will be increased. Thank you very much, and Tishukel Ediu. Thank you.
Vim for Mr. Motohaji, thank you very much for your very thoughtful and elaborated explanation. And I really like your mention that we need a Japanese prefers clear reason to participate rather than the very optimistic views. I'd like to take some questions from the floor, and I have one question already. I think Mr. Amikura from MLIT can respond to this question. It is about the Japanese governments, if they have PPP unit, centralized unit for PPP. Can you give some views on how the structure, how the government works at a central level?
Yes. Well, my answer is partly yes. Well, we have PPP and PFI office under the cabinet secretariat, and they are organizing the ministries which are promoting PPP, such as energy plant, telecommunication, and including us, like construction companies. So am I answering the question right?
I think so. You're perfectly right in explaining the nature of this office. Yes, we have PPP office, and they are the guardian of the PPP Act. I don't see any more questions from the floor, but I just like to ask a very quick question to Dr. Nakajima. There was a huge digitalization of road management for your project, and I wonder if, as your company, did you feel any kind of transition as a challenging to be digitalized, because everything is going to be very clear, crystal clear on the digital map or anything. And did you fear any kind of the hesitation to make so clear to everybody about everything? Because if you store information in a storage case in paper documents, nobody would discover. But what did you feel about that transition?
So yeah, actually, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, so many documents are there, and it is very take long time. It takes sorry, it takes so long time, and also it takes a big cost to digitalize the documents. But even so, but it is very important to remain all record and information so to next generation, because our project will continue to 30 years. So we have to keep and to hand over our information, not only information, but our knowledge and our experience to next generation. That is our motivation to digitalize every information. Is it okay?
Yes, thank you very much. And my kind of quick final question to Mr. Motohashi is that you're seeing so many Japanese companies, but do you see a lot of vision for Japanese companies to go forward for foreign countries? Can you
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, I think so. They are very keen to expand their field, especially in the field of PFI and PPP, but still wondering what role they can actually play and in what way they can contribute to various projects. That's why I emphasize in my last page, they'd like to have or they'd like to receive a clear message. This part they need. That is what I feel in terms of the recent movement of Japanese construction companies.
Thank you very much. I'd like to conclude the Japan room by saying just two messages. One, maybe PPP is not an easy work. Maybe the traditional procurement is already comfortable enough, but when we go to the PPP markets, we have a lot of challenges, like digitalization is one of them, and of course the whole of the government support for the companies is one of them. So I think those it is not easy, but even Japan, for example, if we may say we are developed countries, but we are still making a lot of efforts to this transition. And the second message, as Mr. Motohashi mentioned, it is a long-term commitment, and it's like many of our speakers from yesterday said, it's like a marriage, it's a long-term. But if we have a goodwill and share such goodwill, I think Japanese companies and foreign companies can be successful in PPPs. Thank you very much. I'd like to close this session, and I'm sure all the slides are available afterwards through the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saya-san. Thank you for great moderation and for your participation and for the Japan room.
Thank you.
So I will move to Chidi. Chidi, are you there? Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you have 20 minutes and we will start with you.
Okay, let me share my screen. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, okay, that's great.
Okay, so I've got quite a number of slides to share. So because I've got only 20 minutes, I'm going to go through quite fast around it so that we can get through it. I mean, I think for us, there's a lesson to learn from an old quote, from John F. Kennedy. He said, America has good roots, not because America is rich, but America is rich because it has good roots. So what it does is that, it's very clear there is a nexus between infrastructure and prosperity. And I mean, no country can become developed or prosperous, without infrastructure. That sets a scene for us. And I'm going to talk about Nigeria, our vision. I'm going to jump defining PPPs. I'll just sort of look at some experiences we have, look at our legal framework, and then the opportunities we have. I mean, if you go home today and flatten your atlas, you will see that Nigeria is bang in the middle of the world. Whether you're coming from, Japan on the far right of my screen, or you're coming from Mexico, you see that Nigeria, it's a geographic gift, that Nigeria has. So that creates a potential for Nigeria to be a hub, for all sorts of things. I mean, this is what our CV is like. I mean, Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa, most populous. And the richest man in Africa is a Nigerian. It's Dangote. I mean, and I mean, many people who are in business say, if you're not in Nigeria, you're not in Africa. So that just points to how critical Nigeria is in terms of, business in Africa. This is the Nigeria of our dreams, world-class, infrastructure across every sector. I'm not going to spend time defining PPP because I think that's something all of us, but this is a very interesting quote from the mayor of Bogota that is also very important for us in terms of what kind of provisioning we want to do in our society. That a developed country is not a place where the poor have cars, but it's a place where the rich ride public transport. So you've got to create a fair society that has got equity to at that level. These are some of, let me share some experiences we have with PPPs in Nigeria. We've got an airport concession, which is called the MMA2, which was done a long time ago. It's got challenges, but it's operational, so that's an airport. We've got the Gariki Hospital. Gariki Hospital is in Abuja, and this is quite unique, in the sense that around the world, most, health PPPs you see are availability payment. But Gariki, it's a user pay, so it's very unique in the way, it works. It creates that opportunity that it's not a burden on government, but it provides a service that survives, on affordable, user pay. And it's also got a social fund that provides for indigent people. So it serves, a wonderful, purpose. This is what Gariki was before and after. So that shows our ports, 26 of our port terminals in Nigeria concession to private terminal operators. And that's working, you've got people like APM terminal, huge terminal operators around the world, doing our ports. We've got, the Lekki, these are some of the new projects we have, the Lekki Deepwater Port, which is a $2.5 billion investment, you've got the warehouse in a box, Gurara Dam, so, we also have a bomb Deepwater Port. So there is a massive amount of work with it. In terms of our relationship, with the talks, we've got the Daikon Saw Military Cotton Factory JVPPP ongoing as we speak now in Kaduna. The concessionaire is a Turkish company, called Su Corporate Wear. So that is something that, so we look forward to more work, with both Turkish and, Japanese companies. We've also worked very well to set up the African PPP network, which enables us to push forward. We also have the Dadinkoa. This is a 40 megawatt, hydro plant that is retrofitted, to an existing dam project. This is a Daikon Su project, which I talked about. We have 4 of our airport terminals in the market now for concessioning. So that's a huge opportunity. 4 airport terminals in, these are the 4 airport terminals in Lagos, in Abuja, in Kano and Port Harcourt. These are our largest, cities. So you got these airport terminals available for concession. We've just finished the development, so we're going into the procurement phase. So people are going to see the RFQs and everything come out internationally, very soon. We've also gone very far with the aviation leasing company and maintenance repair of our whole facility. This is at a final stage where, bids have come in and we're analyzing the bids. These are our 3 hydropower plants, which are also concession and doing very well. I talked about the Deepwater Ports, Bonnet, Ibom, and so on and so forth. Now, we also have a major project, and I think this will interest everybody, on a highway. It is called the Highway Development and Management Initiative. We've selected 12 critical economic corridors across our country, which will be concessioned to the private. So we are now about, finishing the development phase of those, transactions, and very soon, they will come into them. And these are highly trafficked, routes, which, these are, you can look at a map of Nigeria and you can see the specific areas that have been selected for this concession. So these are critical economic corridors, which power, the economy of our country. There are 12 corridors. I only have 10 here. I'm sorry, I missed out 2 corridors. I will update and put out the 2 corridors. But if you look at our map and compare, these are, frankly, huge economic corridors. We're also working on sports facilities. This is our national stadium, which is run down. The idea is to concession it to the private sector, to bring it back to FIFA standards and also put in commercial opportunities. We're also doing industrial developments like the Enyimba Economic City. These are massive opportunities that are available, for concessions. We also want to sort of work with the private sector. Currently we don't have a national carrier, so we'll soon be in the market looking for a partner to establish a national carrier. And you would appreciate that this is a hit. Nigeria is a country of 200 million people, and we are predicted by 2050 will be 400 million people. So a national carrier, with that propensity to travel, will, be extremely very profitable. This is the Onitsha River Port. We've got river ports across the country, but this is a transaction that is gone very far, and it's no longer available because it's going towards financial close. This is a Ibadan dry port because we have heavy congestion in our ports, and it is very clear to us, that the fastest way to expand port capacity while we are building our deep water ports is to put in dry ports, in place. So Ibadan is gone very far, but the other dry ports, and I will mention them in opportunities. The health area is a massive opportunity because of what COVID is done. COVID has exposed the weakness in our health facilities. So, there will be projects on the health sector, medical equipment schemes, and also full PPPs like what has happened in Turkey, with all the healthcare PPPs you have in Turkey. We have learned very powerful lessons from what Turkey is doing, and, we are very pleased to copy shamelessly, from AUP and our friends in Turkey. So these are the kind of things we're looking at, creating world-class medical cities. Now, the regulatory framework of PPP in Nigeria is very solid. It's around the ICRC Act and our national policy for PPP. So that's pretty very, solid. So when you get the slides, you can look at the role of the various, actors. The way we do our PPPs is it's world-class development. We go through, we've got 5 phases: initiation, development, procurement, implementation, and then, asset return. But the ones you know very well is, you've got to go through a development phase so that you've got a bankable deal. So what it is that we prepare our projects to international standards. So it's a bankable transaction which is certified, and then we go through a competitive procurement process, and then, we go through implementation. And all PPPs in Nigeria are approved by the Cabinet of Nigeria. So the full force and credit of the government and people of Nigeria is behind it. These are the principles that we follow, value for money. It's pretty very similar to what you do in any world-class process. Now, there are 2 main ways we procure PPPs in Nigeria: the solicited route, where we go through solicited and prepare the project. We also have the opportunity to go through unsolicited routes. But we have changed because when we people say unsolicited, it does appear as if it's, something, an unsolicited phone call. So what we call them now is privately initiated infrastructure project. But that's what they are. The private sector sees an opportunity and initiates that opportunity. And so those are the, the routes that we have. Now, let me go through the project opportunities that are huge. I mean, currently, our, the National Petroleum Corporation of Nigeria, it's got a huge procurement process on PP that's going around for her depot and terminals across the country on a BOT basis. It will be a finance, rehabilitate, build, operate, transfer. This is a wonderful, this covers around 6,000 kilometers of pipelines across our country, Nigeria. Then I talked about the ports and inland container depots and dry ports. You've got the Kirikiri terminal, the Bakassi dry port, the Bakassi deep water port, the Badagry. You've got huge opportunities of ports, and the Dala dry port in Kano. Kano is probably one of the oldest and largest cities, in Africa that, it goes back to 600 years ago and links the trans-Saharan, trade. Rail and aviation, we've got the narrow gauge line, the standard gauge lines we're building, the metro lines in Abuja, and bus rapid transit, for our cities. We're also looking at using mobile medical health, units, with the private sector to provide, particularly, we've got an insurgency in the northeast part of our country. We believe that this can go around and provide healthcare. And in the COVID environment, this will be very, very powerful because these facilities can be used as mobile COVID, testing centers, ICUs, and providing, healthcare. This is what those units, will look like. These are the medical cities I talked about. We're also looking at PPPs in the education sector. And that education sector is around both facilities and also providing education. We're looking at, the agricultural sector. Nigeria has got a huge agricultural sector. So we're looking to think very similar to the agricultural equipment centers, which have been, done in India, where the private sector will come in, provide an agricultural equipment center, which farmers can come and use. Because not every farmer needs to buy huge equipment. He doesn't have the capital outlay. But then you have a leasing process, and revenue guarantees can be given, and revenue sharing models, can help you. We're also looking at, truck stops. We haven't had enough truck stops around our country. So one of the major things you very often find when you drive around Nigeria is that you've got areas where, trucks parked by the side of the road and constitute a nuisance. So we're trying to build world-class truck stops, to turn those into, powerful businesses, that, will function very well. This is something very small, but it's quite very critical, in any society that, you have public conveniences. So there is, with 200 million people, there is, an urgent need to expand these facilities, through public-private partnership and partnering with the private sector. This is at the end of my slide. Our Minister for Interior, who were doing some projects with immigration and everything, has said, look, and this is what drives the government of Nigeria, drives our president, drives our vice president, drives the cabinet, that we will be held accountable by history if we do not develop extraordinary ways for the private sector to fund infrastructure in Nigeria. So that is something that is a policy of government to work with the private sector and deliver infrastructure. I'm going to my last slide, and it's a little quote. Every morning we've got the Yankari Games Reserve in Nigeria, which is a very significant games reserve. And if you go there every morning and you see a gazelle, the gazelle knows that when he wakes up, he must run faster than the fastest lion, or he will be killed. And when the lion wakes up, the lion knows that he must run faster than the fastest gazelle, or he will starve to death. So for us in Nigeria, it doesn't matter whether we are lions or gazelle. Our philosophy is that when we get up in the morning, we want to run and develop Nigeria as a prelude to developing the whole of Africa. I want to welcome you to come and work together with us, our ministries, the ICRC. Nigeria is a huge investment opportunity. The kind of returns you get on investments here, UNCTAD has looked at it. You're looking at returns above 34%. You cannot find that anywhere else. So when you're looking for your next investment destination for PPPs, where you can make, good money, where the government is very, supportive of you, Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Dear Chide, thank you very much for your intensive presentation, as always, and full of information regarding Nigerian PPP projects. And I hope in near future we can work together again with Nigerian PPP projects and Turkish, construction companies. So now the floor is Cameroon. Marcel, are you ready? Yeah. We can't hear you. I think you are mute. Marcel, there is a problem on your mic, I think.
Yeah, Marcel, nobody can hear you.
Maybe you, yeah. Yes, now it's okay.
Hello.
But I think you should close the other device. Do you have two devices?
This. Hello.
Yes, now it's okay.
Are you hearing me now?
Now it's okay.
Okay, it's okay. I would like to. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it's okay. You have 20 minutes. It's yours.
Okay, thank you. My name, I'm Marcel Mela. I'm the technical coordinator of CARPA. I'll talk to you about CARPA later. But I'm a Cameroonian, but not an African, just because I'm not a Nigerian. You see that I'm joking because I liked the quote that my previous brother from Nigeria said, that if you are not Cameroon, would like to be like Nigeria, which is very a developed country. Okay, so to start my presentation, I would like to show you a short presentation of Cameroon. Cameroon is a neighbor of Nigeria. As you can see on this map, we have Nigeria here and we have Cameroon here. Cameroon is a small country compared to Nigeria in terms of size of population because we are only 25 million people in Cameroon, not like in Nigeria where there are 200 million people. The main cities are Douala, Yaoundé, and so on. And what is special in Cameroon is that we have two official languages, French and English. Me, I'm from a French-speaking area. This is why my English is not that perfect, because my main language is French. But English is also spoken in Cameroon. We have our local dialect in Cameroon, more than 200 of them. Okay, now let's talk about PPP. You all know the definition of PPP, but in Cameroon, when talking about PPP, it refers as partnership contract. So when we talk about partnership, a partnership contract, this means PPP. And a partnership contract is a contract where we can entrust a private company with some missions which are like design of a public service infrastructure, financing that infrastructure, constructing it, maintaining it after construction over a certain period of time, and operate it in some conditions. Now, we have three types of partnership contracts in Cameroon. We have the public service delegation, which means like it's a concession where the private partner is paid by the user of the service through tariff. But we also have a public payment type of partnership contracts. In this case, there is no end user to pay the service, but is the contracting authority which pay back the private partner over the operation period. This one is the public payment type. And we also have mix of both. This means the private partner can be remunerated from the tariff paid by end user, but if the demand is not that sufficient to cover the cost of service, then the public authority, the public entity also has to add something as a payment to cover the financial of the private partner. In all the cases, the private partner bears all the technical risks around design, construction, and maintenance. And the payment of the private partner is subject to the achievement of performance objectives. This means if the performance objectives are not met, then the payment is not done in a full manner. But at the end of the contract, the asset of the project, financed and built by the private partner, are transferred to the public partner free of charge. That's the main particularity of PPP. Another particularity of the Cameroonian PPP system is that we have some specific sectors which have their own specific PPP laws. These are the electricity sector, port, mine, hydrocarbon, telecommunication. But all other sectors which are not amongst those that I just enumerated are covered by a general law of December 2006. And this is that general law of December 2006 which our PPP unit, follow up. Because I have to tell you that the specific laws on electricity, power, mine, hydrocarbons, and so on, the PPP unit where I work is not involved in those kind of projects. We are only involved in other sectors which are not covered by these specific PPP laws. This is very important to understand. Now, let's talk about that general legal framework for PPP. This time, I'm not talking about the specific laws of electricity, port, and so on, but I'm talking about the general PPP system that my units follow up, that my units monitor. That legal framework is made up of 2 laws. The first law, which is the main one, was the one of December 2006. And then we have another law on specific, on incentive, financial incentive, that was promulgated in 2008. And we have 2 decrees. And at the end, we have an order which, let's say, I'm going to come back to these specific text one by one. Now, let's start with the main PPP law, the one of 2006. These laws organize the partnership contracts by telling us exactly which public entity can be initiator of a project to be realized in PPP. So we have public corporations, public institutions, public enterprises, and local development and decentralized local authorities. All these can be initiator of projects in PPP. We also have some conditions to result to PPP. This is to say that it's not all the projects that can be executed in PPP according to our law. If the project doesn't meet certain conditions, then it will be realized under the traditional procurement contract that we call the public contract. Now, these conditions, these criteria that the project needs to meet to be realized in PPP are urgency, complexity, and economic and financial opportunity. We'll come back to this. Let's move to the second text, which is the decree which organizes our PPP unit, the PPP unit where I'm working. The PPP unit is called CAPA. CAPA is a French acronym, but in English, it's Support Council for the Implementation of Partnership Contract. On the top of CAPA, we have a chairperson, and then the steering committee, which operates like a board of directors with 12 members. And then we have a technical secretariat where the rest of the staff of the PPP units are. And this technical secretariat is coordinated by me. I'm the coordinator of the technical secretariat, and I have 12 experts in various domains, legal, financial, civil engineering, and so on. And we also have administrative staff. So the decree tells us exactly what are our missions, our mandates. The mandate of the PPP unit in Cameroon is growing up PPP mechanism, carrying out preliminary appraisal of PPP project. This means examining the eligibility criteria of any project which is submitted to us. So CAPA is the one to tell the public administration that yes, your project can be realized in PPP or not. And some other missions, we come back to them later. I'm talking about the special incentive law for partnership contract. This law only provides some incentives to the private partner when it is already selected, like some tax and custom incentives, and also some incentive in terms of accounting system and so on. Now, the last regulatory text is the one that fix or set up the resources, financial resources of the PPP unit, CAPA. So our resources come from the subsidy of the government, but also from some payment which have to be made by the public entities which submit their project to us. And also, when they operate, the PPP project is under operation, the private partner also has to pay something to CARPA for the monitoring of that PPP contract. Now, let's talk about the award procedures. Now, this means the procedure to select a private partner. The project starts with a feasibility study file. The unit which is responsible of that feasibility study is the public entity owner of the project. It sends that feasibility study to the Ministry of Finance to get the budget sustainability opinion of the Ministry of Finance. This is the first condition to launch a project in PPP. We need to get the approval of the Ministry of Finance, which we call budget sustainability opinion. Second step now, the project and the feasibility study comes to CARPA, the PPP unit of Cameroon, for what we call preliminary appraisal. This means is the step where we issue a report which showed that the project meets the criteria for the eligibility in PPP or not. We do that in terms of a report, a big report of more than 100 pages. If, let's say, in that work of CARPA for examining the eligibility of the project to the PPP framework, we look at the first criteria, which is the urgency. The urgency means we try to find out if the project has some reason to catch up a certain delay in that domain, or if that project will help to accelerate the growth in that sector. Now, the second criteria is the complexity of the project. The complexity is defined in terms of the objective inability of the public entity to define by himself the means capable of satisfying his need. So if we demonstrate that the public entity doesn't have capabilities of doing the project by the traditional procurement contract, then the complexity criteria is met. The third criteria is the economic and financial benefits of PPP over the public contract. This means we use a comparator, a tool in Excel to compare financially the cost and the benefits by using or by executing the project in public contract or by executing it in PPP. If PPP has more value for money than the public contract, then the third criteria is met. So these are the three criteria that we in CARPA, we review to declare if the project is eligible to PPP or not. If the project is declared to be eligible, we have two ways now to select the private partner. The normal way is the competitive bidding procedure, and the special way, I wanted to say derogative. The special way is the exemption to competition procedure. This one is a special way to select the private partner where some condition needs to be met to get into that way. But the normal way is the competition. This chart show the different steps that we follow up to get to the contract. We start by the first step, which is the public call for expression of interest, where we launch a public advertising in the media to invite anyone who can be interested in that project to bid. After that step, we need to select the 5 best bidders, which will go to the second step that we call restricted call for tenders. So the restricted call for tenders only concern the 5 best pre-qualified bidders in the previous stage. After the restricted call for tender, we need to select amongst the 5 bidders, we need to select the 3 best ones, the 3 first bidders, which will go to the next step, which is the pre-qualification dialogue. The pre-qualification dialogue is a step where we, CARPA PPP units, and the public administration owner of the project, we sit down, we discuss with the private partner, let's say we discuss with each of the candidates to understand his offer, his bid, and to find a way with him to optimize the project. So after that step of pre-qualification dialogue, then the candidates submit their final bid, final offer, which will be analyzed by a special commission, and that special commission will have to classify, to rank them, the first one, the second, and the third. And that report, which ranked them, goes to the Prime Minister, who is the authority that can designate the successful bidder. So the designation of the successful bidder is made by the Prime Minister of Cameroon. After that step, we negotiate the contract with that successful bidder. In the negotiation of the contract, CARPA, the PPP unit, we intervene again there as the expert body of the government to get to the final contracts. Now let's keep this slide where we are going to see all the missions that the PPP unit has in the procedure of selecting the private partner and other missions out of the procedure. Let's move now, let's end the presentation by telling, by presenting some statistics concerning some projects that we have currently in Cameroon in PPP. We started our operation in 2009. When I say operation, I mean the functioning of CARPA started in 2009. So we only have 10 years of functioning. And over the 10 years, we have a certain number of preliminary appraisals of projects that we carried out. These are 56 at total. And we have 58 procedures that were initiated. This means we received some procedures which didn't pass by the preliminary appraisal step. For example, when the President of the Republic or the Prime Minister tell us to go directly to the selection of the private partner, then we didn't need to start by the preliminary appraisal step. This is why the number of procedure is higher than the number of preliminary appraisal. And out of these 58 procedures is only 23 contracts, partnership contracts, that we succeeded to sign. This means There are many procedures that are still ongoing, and there are also many procedures that were abandoned. Now, out of the 23 contracts that were signed, I present here some of them, mainly eight major projects that we have in the pipe. We have a project of the construction of 6 buildings for accommodation. The public partner is our National Security and Insurance Fund of Cameroon. And we also have the highway, 38.5 kilometers highway from the city of Kribi to another city called Lolabe, where we have a deep sea port there. This contract is not yet signed, but is in the pipe. We also have other small projects like Modern Mall in Douala, the modernization of 14 toll gates in the main roads of Cameroon. We also have a major project of the construction of the second phase of the highway Yaoundé-Douala, which will have 136 kilometers. And we have a project of modernization of the information system of our customs. We also have a bus transportation system project in Yaoundé, which is under operation. And finally, a small project, which is the multifunction kiosk in the city of Douala. But as I said earlier, these are not the only projects that we have. I made this selection out of the 23 projects which have their contract already signed. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And again, I apologize for my English because I'm more French than English. Thank you.
Merci Marcel, c'est très bien, c'est très bien.
Merci aussi.
Merci. So now the last presentation. By the way, I would like to thank you to Cameroon, Marcel. From the beginning of Istanbul PPP Week, we have a representative from Cameroon. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you. And now we are going to Kyrgyzstan. So also I am very proud to announce that we have an agreement between Kyrgyzstan PPP unit and Istanbul Center of Excellence. So now we would like to listen Kyrgyzstan project. So Marcel, can you stop your screen, share screen?
Okay, let me do that.
Okay, that's great. Ulan Bey, here we are.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me share my screen with you, dear colleagues. Let me tell you about PPP pipeline shortly. I understand the time difference is very big between our countries, so I will shortly discuss about PPP projects in Kyrgyz Republic and PPP mechanisms, what's happening in my country now, please. So nowadays, we organize a central PPP unit in the Kyrgyz Republic under the Ministry of Economy. Nowadays, we are launching on a pilot 29 projects, which is going on in different spheres, main drivers and sectors for PPP realization in my country nowadays are transport, energy, and social and environment. So there are identified 3 main stages: the PPP project preparation, tendering process, and PPP project implementation. I should notice that last year we have revised our law act on the PPP, and we simplified all procedures to emphasize and to enforce the PPP realization in my country. So the main PPP legislation key elements, what we add is the PPP can be initiated by private sectors and by government sectors. Also, we put restrictions that PPP scheme is not applicable to projects related to subsoil use and public procurement and privatization. So mostly Kyrgyzstan divides PPP on a large PPP project, which is our usually 10 million, and the regular PPP projects, which is project amount is below of $10 million. So government supports provides 6 types of supports nowadays. So mostly the first is guarantee for the fulfillment of obligation by state partner, provision of guarantees, and provision of tax beyond, provision of preferential rental rates, and provision of state or municipal preferences under PPP agreement, and provision of assistance in obtaining permits and licenses for private partners. And mostly to enforce, we provided 6 government guarantees, mainly the non-interference by the state partner in the economic activity, protection of property of private partner from nationalization or other equivalent measures, right to freely own, dispose, and the first one is right to carry out operations on the sale and purchase, exchange of cash and non-cash national and foreign currencies. Right to receive compensations of losses incurred in the result of illegal actions, and right to review the terms of termination of PPP and receive compensation for damage caused due to the adoption of legal acts and deterioration conditions of project implementation. So nowadays, this is a 2021 project pipeline, which is realizing in different spheres. As I mentioned before, the main spheres are tourism, medicine, culture, and education. So PPP for the pilot 3 projects, which is in stage of implementation. So we provide as a pilot project the establishment of hemodialysis centers under Ministry of Economy or under Ministry of Healthcare. The winner of tender is Fresenius Medical Care from Germany, and PPP agreement was signed in 2017. So, and the next project is electronic ticketing in public transport. The winner of the project was the company of BPC from Switzerland. The agreement was signed in 2019. So in this slide, I would like to share with you, colleagues, the pilot projects which the government decided to realize under PPP law. And also nowadays, on the concessions stage are opening the modernization of airports, the big project in the Kyrgyz Republic nowadays, international of the national electronic road toll systems, and public modernization of public transportation system in the capital of Kyrgyz Republic, Bishkek city. So also there are several projects on transport sphere, which is a construction of alternative road in Ulgin city, which is the 6th largest city in the Kyrgyz Republic, and integrated development of intercity bus station and establishment of parking system in Bishkek, in the capital. The capital has a population of 1 million and more, 400,000 cars in the district nowadays. So I also pointed out the main 4 projects from the Kyrgyzstan. In the healthcare is the installation of CT scanners and establishment of central laboratory. And nowadays we are working with the consulting service companies on the development of construction of university hospital from the Republic of Korea, which project amount is more than 150 million. So I apologize for the mistake. Here is given 8 million. And now we are working also with the IFC on the project with the construction of rehabilitation center in the Bishkek city. So government also focuses on PPP projects in the education sphere. The main 3 projects which I would like to point out in this presentation is the construction of 10 preschools institution in Bishkek, and construction of 20 schools across the Kyrgyz Republic, and construction of schools in the region. So before we start using PPP instead of public procurement in the sector of construction of schools, because PPP provides more faster and more quality PPP, I mean schools and buildings, which is equipped with a modern equipment, and also I think Ministry of Education are really doing hard in this project. Also, the next is PPP projects in culture and tourism sectors. The mostly here is giving the mostly new projects on sector of tourism. So this is we are focusing on reconstruction of sky racers, because country is a four-season country and mostly has a big touristical potential in future, I hope. And also reconstruction of the Istanbul hotel, which is located in the central part of the Bishkek city. And we also have cultural projects as a construction of ethno city Bishkek, which will be realized on the south part of the Bishkek, and will be the showing place and an attractive place to show tourists, to meet tourists with our national culture and tourism. As you know, Kyrgyz Republic organized World Nomad Games in 2018. So this kind of continue on this works in this direction. And also we have started working on PPP projects in logistics and sportswear. The first project in logistics wear is construction of custom and logistic complex. So Kyrgyz Republic is a neighbor with the People's Republic of China, and in that area we would like to organize construction of custom and logistic complex center. Nowadays, this all PCB, all projects which is shown in this presentation are developed with feasibility studies, and also on the stage of developing tender documents. So soon PPP Center will work on the concession stage with these projects. So thank you very much. This was a very short and logical presentation from Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm ready to give an answer.
Thank you, Lambe, for your presentation and for your sharing your PPP projects. Hope to work further in near future after COVID-19. Okay, so we are closing the session, and now we are moving to the last session. I'm in the closing panel, putting international capital to invest in PPP projects, and we will listen Japan and Korean experience and how they invest in PPP projects entire world. So see you there. Bye-bye.
and I'm a principal advisor at the Istanbul PPP Center of Excellence. We've got today 2 countries to present, and that would be Korea and Japan. Their market growth and their PPP story has been interesting, and they count already as mature markets in their PPP development. They've had a deep and rich experience with PPPs domestically, and it is the 2 countries in Asia that are looking to expand outbound and look for investments outside of Japan and Korea. So we'll have firstly Setsuke Saya presenting. She's an executive fellow from the Overseas Construction Association of Japan, and she had previously also the presentation on Japan. She may continue with some remarks from the previous presentation as well. And then we'll have from Korea, Professor Il-kwon, who is a chief researcher at the Global Infrastructure Institute. So we will start with Setsuko Saya. Setsuko, I'm handing over to you.
Okay.
Your turn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for a kind introduction. I'd like to start by sharing my screen. And thank you very much for coming with us. I'm Setsuko Saya from OKAJI, which is the Overseas Construction Association of Japan. It is industry association comprised of 52 construction companies in Japan. The association's aim is to promote the collaboration among Japanese construction companies and help their business development overseas. We have 26 branches all over the world. A lot of them are in Asian region, but some in Europe and Africa, and many in American continents. I'd just like to share some statistics of overseas construction contracts by Japanese contractors in foreign markets. It is statistics that OKAJI collects from our member companies since 1990. Last year, we had the largest progress, approximately $20 billion US dollars in last year. We have a very strong presence in Asia historically because of the closeness to the market. But recently, because of the government focus and also a lot of infrastructure projects, we are focusing a lot on Sub-Saharan Africa. It's small, but it is a promising market, and we are expanding our business in those areas. But this is a great figure, 20 billion. But unfortunately, it does not include PPP. It's only about conventional procurement. I will come back to the reason maybe later. For my presentation today, I'd like to share some of the progress in Japan PPP market. And since this is a question about the how to mobilize finance from Japan and maybe Korea. So I'd like to share some what kind of financial support does government of Japan or financial institutions in Japan have for PPP projects in foreign markets. And I'd like to share some thoughts about quality infrastructure investment. It is a very important principles for Japanese private sector. And also 5 critical paths for Japanese construction companies for PPP. So I don't have any conclusion to give solutions to those critical paths. I'd like to hear experts' view from all over the world how to go through those critical paths. First, starting from PPP and PFI in Japan. It started in 1999 because of the PPP movement starting in UK. The government enacted the PFI Act. It is always evolving and adding some menus or revising some act. But the biggest milestone came in 2011 when the government added concession scheme for the PPP as a type of a PPP. I think I had a question from the previous session. If the privatization is included in PFI, answer is no. Privatization is a part of the organizational reform, but in the PFI, there has to be a procurement for a specific project. There is a PFI unit, PFI office, promotion office, and the cabinet office, which is a central coordinator of PFI Act. But also in line ministries, they also have their own PPP units or PFI units to coordinate their specialities. For example, if it's a road project, the Ministry of Infrastructure has the PPP unit for roads, and they coordinate the roads projects. Of course, there is a coordination between the PFI promotion office and the cabinet office, and between the ministries' PFI units. The cabinet office decides PPP action plans, and it aims to achieve the market size of approximately $180 billion from those 10 years. It is a very challenging target, but since the government thinks that PPP is a very important scheme to complete many necessary PPP projects in Japan, because Japan still the economy is not so good, and also the population is aging and the infrastructure itself is aging. So we have a lot of challenge how to coordinate those necessary infrastructure. So the government has a plan to achieve it. As a result, the PPP market in Japan is expanding. This blue bar chart shows a number of new contracts, and it is increasing. There is some decrease in this years, but since after 2011, a new scheme for concession was included, so that it is now going up. And of course, because of the government's action plans, the PPP is growing. Last year, only there are 80 projects, new contracts. And I'm very happy to say out of 800 projects, 200 projects, I mean a quarter of the total PPP projects in Japan are led by Japanese construction companies. And out of 800 projects, approximately 10% of the projects are procured by the national level, and 90% of the projects are procured by local governments. Then my next topic, financial support for PPP, what kind of tools is available? I am very happy, this is a chart I brought from JICA. This is a very comprehensive map to show how Japanese financial can be extended to foreign SPCs. For example, this JICA's program, JICA can provide value gap funding and equity for foreign public corporation, and as a two-step loans, they can also extend loans for the banks in developing countries to support for the loan in SPC. Another way, we have JBIC, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, and the exit and import banks. They can support Japanese companies for their equity and also for the loans for the SPV. Many Japanese companies are also become the equity provider for SPC. So there are many entrants for the financial support from Japan to foreign countries. And I was with this, I was sitting with this PPP week over there since Monday. And maybe I remember on Tuesday, there was a discussion among institutional investors, and they were discussing that it is their business to invest, and they have money, they have good reason to invest, and they are looking for a good project to invest. So money is there somewhere in the world. And for example, in Japan, we have tools how to provide finance for the SPC in foreign countries. So I think if your question was how to attract a finance from Japan, it is not about we don't have money. It is that we have money somewhere. We have tools to provide. So more question is on good project. What is a good project to be financed by PPP? So where I'm going to the, sorry, maybe before going to the next thing, maybe this project has been raised as a good example of hospital project in Istanbul. This was supported, financed by Sojitsu, which is a Japanese trading company, together with the Renaissance Holding. And 9 banks from Japan coordinated a consortium syndicate to finance for this SPV. I think this is a very good example of Japan-Turkish collaboration. When it was completed in May this year, it was celebrated by former Japanese Prime Minister, Mr. Abe, and also your President, Mr. Erdogan. Since this is a good project and it is a good contribution to the needs of the people at the time when this hospital was a very good function for COVID-19. So it was, I think it is a very good example of how Japan-Turkey collaboration can produce a very good project. And then my kind of third point I'd like to share is the quality infrastructure investment. This is how Japanese private sector and also the government thinks what makes good project. This principle was announced during the summit, G20 summit last year, and it was also confirmed by G20 at the head of the states level, that 6 principles were pronounced, like principle positive impact. What makes good infrastructure investment is positive impact for sustainable growth and development. Second, it's a life cycle cost to raise economic efficiency. And principle 3 is environmental consideration. Fourth, resilience against natural disaster and other risks. Fifth is social consideration. And sixth is infrastructure governance. Those 6 principles are very important, and it will be very desirable if project covers all those 6 elements. And if those 6 elements are, it's a very comprehensive, but if you can, if this project can contribute to economic growth and social cohesion, environmental consideration, if its life cycle is good, then I think Japanese companies or Japanese government or Japanese financial institution would think this is a good project. But I have to share some of the concerns that maybe the Japanese contractors have. And I have to confess that in my previous slides, but this one, I said PPPs are not included. Even though in Japan, there is a growing market of PPP, the realization of PPP projects in foreign countries is very limited. Of course, there are some good examples, like in Hong Kong and Australia. In Melbourne, CityLink was developed by a Japanese PPP, and Hong Kong's many bridges and tunnels are produced by Japanese PPP. And of course, some examples exist in UK, but still the number is limited. The number is limited, so that's why the Okaji did not collect such data, because that was not a significant part of their business so far. But currently, the government has changed their views because of the necessity of infrastructure amount in foreign countries. And we see that traditional conventional procurement methodology is not good enough to provide the amount. The Japanese government is promoting Japanese companies to go forward, go in foreign countries and invest for infrastructure business. In my today in the previous session, I was hosting the Japan room, and the my colleague from Ministry of Infrastructure was explaining how Japanese government is supporting the Japanese companies to go forward. So I think currently the situation would be more improved, but still there are many concerns for Japanese companies because maybe their nature of their kind of the characteristic is they are very cautious, risk cautious. So that's why they have a lot of concerns. And I'm always concerning all those 5 things, and I don't have quite good answers so far. So I really appreciate if you could share some of your thoughts, how I can solve those problems. First problem is feasibility study. Feasibility study is very important for project formulation. It includes, of course, needs assessment and construction plan, risk allocation, and implementation plans and everything. So it is very important that feasibility study was carefully designed with good evidence and subjectively. But still, I hear a lot of concern from my colleagues in the private sector that usually the construction cost estimation and construction period estimation is sometimes not so reasonable enough for them. Sometimes all the necessary components for constructions are not included, and the period is very shortened so that the SPV can gain longer period for operation. So it is a very important point to think how we can improve the quality of feasibility study. Second concern is life cycle costs and value for money. Life cycle cost is, as I mentioned in this previous principle number 2, raising economic efficiency in view of life cycle cost. So how we can decrease life cycle cost and increase value for money? This is a textbook explanation of what life cycle cost is. For example, this is a year duration and the amount of cost. Like quality infrastructure is expensive as an initial investment, but since it does not require any additional repairment or any replacement, it will stay. You don't need any additional investment. Maybe after 20 years you need something, but it still goes. But traditional infrastructure looks not less expensive than quality infrastructure, but it requires frequent upgrading or rehabilitation. And at the end of the project year, it will end up more expensive than quality infrastructure. But that type of value is not, it's an estimation, of course, and it is very hard to convince the procuring entity how it is less expensive over the life cycle cost. So I asked my colleague in the construction company, can you prove how you are able to reduce life cycle cost? And one kind construction company shared me with one example that they can prove. It is example of heavy, dusty anti-corrosion coating, which is used for driving in a pile for sea underwater for landfill projects. And if the steel pipe is heavily dusty anti-corrosion coating, it protects from the corrosion. If it is steel pipe, it will end up in like this picture. So it needs to be replaced completely somehow. So using the similar model, heavy dust anti-corrosion coating is expensive, but it will last for 50 years. And at the end of the 50 years, they need to do some kind of additional works, but still it goes. The normally coating one is less expensive in the black ladder, but they need to repair it frequently every 10 years. And then they will end up in more expensive than this heavy dust anti-corrosion coating. This is one example. But it is very difficult to prove in other examples because it is a matter of comparison and needs a good and reasonable assessment by scientists and technologists. And it is very difficult to prove the life cycle cost. Going to my third concern is bidding process. At the end of the day, the PPP project has to go through the international competitive bidding. It will be evaluated by price and non-price factors, and also evaluated comprehensively. So the efforts of those bidders to reduce life cycle cost need to be evaluated fairly in the bidding process. But it will be very difficult for them to secure if those would be evaluated reasonably. Because even I asked so many prestigious Japanese construction companies, engineers, they say still it is very difficult for them to prove. And then going to my fourth concern is transparency and accountability of the PPP system. If I go visit the Cabinet Office PPP unit website, I can find information about Japanese PPP system like PPP Act amendments, Cabinet Office ordinance and ministerial ordinances, basic principles, how governments think PPP, action plans, their kind of annual action plans, and guidelines for those very important elements of PPP. And they also post templates of contracts, typical templates depending on the type of projects. And they list projects. And it's not only about the name of the project, but they have a link. And if you click the link, I can get detailed information about the projects, including some contracts. I don't think Japan is a perfect example, but something that we are looking for the foreign system. We are thinking that since Japan has this set of information on publicly available format, then we expect some foreign countries to have the similar set of information. But in many cases, it is not so easy. Maybe I'm not looking at the right URL, or those are the language problems, and they might be available in their local language, but not in English. So yes, I have to admit also that most of them are in Japanese. So it is the vice versa, the same situation. It is very difficult to have the transparency, each other, and accountability. And coming back to my last point, the fifth, it is about the capacity of governments. Because PPP is very complicated, the Cabinet Office coordinates a knowledge sharing network among local governments, according to coordinated by the Cabinet Office. Because as I said, 90% of the projects are procured, PPP projects are procured by local governments. Maybe at the national level, they have some accumulation of knowledge institutionally, but at the level of local governments, maybe it is a once in their lifetime to have a PPP project. So it is very important that local governments have the right set of knowledge and capacity so that they can implement PPP properly. But since it is a very difficult system to understand and also difficult to procure through the competitive bidding, I think we need to go, it is a lot of learning process, how we can conclude, how we can solve such critical paths. So I will stop here and thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to seeing you next year in Istanbul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Setsuke. That was definitely a very informative presentation. It's interesting to see that 90% of the PPPs in Japan are procured by municipal entities in a way that is, and we know that the infrastructure business is local by its nature. How did you get to the point where
you are muted
right now?
I can't hear you.
I hear clearly. Clearly here. Is it
Can you hear me? It's
We
okay.
can hear you, Müjde
Let's
Hanım.
go. It's okay. Let's go. Do you hear me?
Setsuko.
Let's go. It's not here then. Okay.
It looks like you. It's okay.
Mhm. Some technical problem for Cisco.
Yes.
Mhm.
She looks like she's on
Yeah,
mute.
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going.
I just wanted to ask a question for Setsuke, but she can't hear me. That won't help much.
Yeah. After my presentation, after then we asking again to Cisco for your questions.
Let's continue with you, Professor. Maybe we can sort out the problems, the technical problems.
Technical problem.
Excellent. Then we'll continue with Professor Irfan, and then we can wrap up the questions all together. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I will start. Good afternoon. So I have about 20 minutes discussing for an explanation for how to Korea finance investment to mobilize Asian PPP project. Also to catch up for the Africa. Also I deliver for Korea 30 years PPP experience in my slide. My slide is content is three. First, I talk about Korea 30 years PPP experience to deliver for the developing country PPP center and PPP unit. That is my focusing on to the developing country. We call that LICM or the LMIC country. And second one is the same story for CESCO, how to use for Korea finance to Asia and Africa PPP projects. And third one is my conclusion and recommendation. Okay, this is 30 years experience for the Korea. So in the Korea, we are starting for 1995, earlier than to the Japan. However, it's not working on because of we only working to the BOT level, no support for government, and all of the burden for private sector for international. That's why no project. However, in the 1997, Korea is a very, very difficult time. We call them Asian crisis. That's why the Korea is open the infrastructure to investment for the dollar for all over the world. After then, we have starting to make the MRG introduce. MRG means demand risk to cover by Korea government. After then, the PPP projects is a hierarchy of loads because of Korea government to need for the dollar. Why? We need the very fluctuated Korea won after Asian crisis, but we need for the investment infrastructure. That's why we are revised for the Korea PPP Act in 1990. After then, one more time, the Korea is government payment system. We call that BTL, Build Transfer Risk, government payment system. After then, one more time to hierarchy to the international and the national, local PPP programs. But we have demolished for PPP project. After then, MRGs not give to the private sector. That is the story for about Korea. We have almost more than 1,000 projects for in national, and the project is now ongoing to manipulate again. Okay, what is difficult? What is the good point for the Korea in PPP? Is the first thing is a legal framework. We have first time in the enactment 1990, it's not working. Why? No guarantee and no cover for government. So we are understanding for if we got the project, the government got our responsibility. After then, we are revises. After then, more and more project is ongoing. And one more thing is we are make unsolicited proposal to using for creativity for the private sector. After then, project is process. And second one is PPP Act and PPP legal regulatory system. So PPP Act and PPP based plan and guideline. And very important thing is in Korea, PPP Act is a special act. That's why that is #1 act in the developing for infrastructure. That is very difficult for the developing countries. And I already mentioned the Korea also the first time is solicited project to government needs. However, it's not good working. So we are open for unsolicited proposal and unsolicited project. Usually they are using for small local government and the local people knows the local problem and the Korean national and international company working together to proposal for the Korea PPP Center, and they are ongoing with the local government. It's very successful. And we got the PPP based plan, and one more time, after that we are monitoring and the project review committee. In the project review committee, all of our line ministry to join together after then review how to success or not to success for the project. We are every time to catch up what is good, one bad after 3 years or 5 years later on. Okay, what kind of catalogs to provide for PPP Act is we have 15 to education, military, airport, logistic, environment, etc. It is revision act in the 99. So the Korea is almost all covered for the PPP, especially in the COVID-19. We have very good overfilms for the protect for the and maintenance COVID-19 is our healthcare sector by PPP. And this is our BOT and BTL system. BOT is built transport operation. In that case, Korea government is supporting for construction subsidy for private sector, about 50%. And BTL means government payment paid, government paid for the grant or right about that. That's why the private sector more accustomed to more want to BTL, and that's why they have the unsolicited proposal to BTL. Project is a lot, and the project record a lot and experience a lot. That means if we have a success for the PPP, the government role is crucial, and government role is very important to covered by the risk for demands. Okay, this is a new. Oh, sorry. So unfortunately, this the slide. This is a new model for Korea in the revision for 2050 BTO-RS and BTO-A. It means we are more deeply to going on in our own model in Korea. That means we are risk sharing for private sector and the government sector, and we are adjustment for the BTO and BTA in the government. That means we have a share for the risk demand with the investment amount of the money for government side and private side. Also, the government is supporting for the construction subsidy. That is more easy adapt to the BTO. Okay, what else in the what is in the long run and our result in impact? The contribution both to saving the government budget and to development of Korea economy. And in our senior the professor Park Hyun, he did research for the Korea economy during the 23 years. After then, we have about 5 to 36% to burden of infrastructure using by PPP, and that is almost 21% of total of the infrastructure, and also the 8% of the 0.8% of increasing for Korea's growth every year's growth rate. That is PPP. The government investment is more crucial to Korea economy. Okay, this is one story for Korea. It's a big scheme for BTO, and this is the landfill gas recycling project, and this is a guarantee for government, a minimum revenue guarantee 11 years, and the condition is excessive profit sharing for government side and private side, and also that is using for gas, and that is make the coal, not the using for coal power, that is using for biogas. That is also three win, the local and the government and private sector. That is we have a huge and potential for all of the world, but we cannot make it the projects. That's why already talk about the Sesco and we got the technology and we got the money. The only we need for the project. Okay, this is I recommend one of the story for Korea. This kind Korea Overseas Infrastructure Urban Development Corporation. I'm the overseas investment advisor for KIND also. This KIND is a very young government institution set up in 2018 under Ministry of Land Investment Transportation, and that is shared for Korea government almost. After then, that is using for constant discussion with the company and foreign government and bank and MDB. After then, find opportunity identification. After then, most important thing is master plan and feasibility study. And this a vehicle to advising the partnership and structure is one of my role. After that, we have investment for equity and bond fund buying the Korea money from MDB. That is the model for Korea. And since feasibility study, we are supporting for this year around 20 project is feasibility with KIND, not only one company. The KIND is supporting with the company and to investment for the equity investor. And this is our focus. So we are smart green city in the Korea. So after COVID-19, we want to focusing to the Green New Deal. Now, what meaning of Green New Deal? So green gas energy or the city we will make as like Korea is covered by the whole ICT programs, and Malaysia, Myanmar, Russia, etc. That is we are target for between the government. That is we are working with the G2G level, government to government level. And one more time, the Korea Development Institute, Korea's think tank, and Korea Exim Bank and KIND is consortium for working with MOEF, Ministry of Economy and Finance in Korea, and make a new program operation. That is we are the whole government and the PPP governance working together and advising and investment for the Indonesia EIPP program. That is we are deliver for Korea knowledges and then our entity to investment Indonesia, to proposal to countries. And this is one of a very good story, and also to talk about Tanzania and how to working together with our KIND my advisory company and the Bangladeshi PPP Center. Yes, the Bangladesh PPP Center needs capacity and needs for experts. That's why the kind is joined to program PPP platform. After then, we are advising for establishing the PPP law, procedure, and project pipeline, and diversifying the finance sources. And then we are based on trust to each government to G2B level. And then we are make Korea government and Korea company working together with the platform with, to the Bangladesh PPP Center. That's why I think if you foreign the developing country to working with the Korea, so I think one of the vehicle for kind to working together with the developing countries PPP Center. And what else? So we are make every year 1 time or 2 times visiting each other. After then we are finding the project for each the government, 2 government. After then we are now the feasibility study, 2 government expert together and very carefully. And then we are make the good feasibility study and understanding good ESG report. And we are working together and then financing with Korea, Exim Bank, and KIND. Also, we are additionally ADB and IFC is one of our good player to working together. And we are Macon right now. That is also very good example for the all over the developing country PPP center. And this is one of the story for good relationship with Turkey, Eurasia Tunnel projects. This is working to the SK group in Korea, 50%, and YAPI group, 50%, and working together. And then we are make it by the Bosporus, the tunnel, the work. And this is the story. It's almost similar to the Japan. We are coverages by EBRD and EIB and the Korea Exim Bank and Korea K-Shore covered by loan. After then, YAPI and SK Group equity injection, and then we have O&M and EPC contract for each other. And also the most important thing in other country, the treasury for the Turkey government is supporting for the loan institution. That's why the project is very, very safe and reasonable. However, if I see to, in my point of view, in the other country, developing country, they have no guarantee and no DAA for the loan institution. That's why the project is not available and not bankable. That's why we understanding finance, international finance, and then international finance structure to make with the Korea government and MDB together. Okay, this is one of another story for the Laos, Senam Noi, the hydropower project. This is working 3 countries, Thailand, Korea, and Laos. The Korea two company, the SKENC and Korea Western Power, and laptop free to Thailand and Laos government. In the project company to equity injection from to the this is Laos government and the Korea EDCF is equity injection 24% and the Korea Western Power 25% and that is laptop free 25% and this is SKENC 26%. They have divided equity for 30% total. After then 70% for the Korea Exim Bank and Thai Bank and so on. The Thai local bank. After then they have make the project is now commercial operation. So even though we got the money all over the world already mentioned together with CESCO, how to we make the covered and then how to we make the coverages for the PPP risk. That is more important for us. Okay, this is my conclusion. However, we must work together and we must share the idea, experience, and share the perspective. That's why I to deliver for my small knowledges and experience. How to contribute for Asia country and people we are. The first thing is we learn from to the best practice. I'm not talk about Korea is not the best practice. However, the Korea is very, very good governance, very, very good PPP legitimacy and regulatory and transparency. That is learned from to the Korea and to the good PPP governance, institution, HR that lead to quality and cost-effective Korea infrastructure by PPP partnership model. Also, in the first time in the 1995 to 1999, I remember we dispatches 2 PPP experts from to the World Bank. After then, we are loaned from to the World Bank, from to usually the USA and UK. After then, Korea government make their role to support and coverage for the demand risk and Korea currency, Korea won to exchange rate risk. After then, we got the capacity for local government officer to understanding PPP and industry expert to understanding the PPP. It is very, very important. But it takes just 1 year. It takes very, very long year to take. And I think how to make the LIC in the low-income country together. It's not working the Korea financing. Korea financing is minimum. So we are working together with the Korea financing and MDB. After then coverage by the central government for the developing country. That's why we are make the project together. And if you UMIC, the UMIC means upper middle income country. That's like Turkey and the Kazakhstan and Thailand and so on. This country can finance only Korea. Why? The government guarantee. There's no need for the international coverages for the PPP project. And number 4, the developing country government should supporting their own infrastructure project, especially demand risk and currency exchange risk and so on. I have a lot of consultation for the Vietnam government. However, Vietnam government is very rigid, not moving on to the cover demand risk and the currency dong interest rate. That's why the all of the world to change it for law, change it for the regulatory. However, could not.